தங்கம் மேடம். தங்கம் மேடம். தங்கம் மேடம். தங்கம் மேடம். தங்கம் மேடம் ப்ளீஸ். தங்கம் மேடம்.
சார் மேடம் லெஃப்ட் ஆயிட்டாங்க சார், ஜாயின் பண்ணுவோம் சார்.
அவங்கள கொஞ்சம் கூப்பிடுங்களேன், ஏன்னா எல்லாம் வந்துட்டாங்க, 50 பேருக்கு மேல வந்துட்டாங்க.
இல்ல இன்னும் ஜாயின் ஆகல சார்.
இல்ல ஒரு 50 பேர் பார்த்தனே.
இல்ல பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் வந்துட்டாங்க சார், மேடம் இன்னும் உள்ள வரல சார். வந்துட்டு
மேடம் வந்துட்டு வெளியே போயிட்டாங்க.
எஸ் சார்.
ஒரு 10 மினிட்ஸ் கழிச்சு வர்றேன்னாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு மெயில் பண்ணவா இல்ல
கால் பண்ணிருங்க சார்.
தெரியாது.
ஓ அப்படியே மெயில் பண்ணிருங்க சார், இல்லைனா டெக்ஸ்ட் பண்ணிருங்க சார்.
15 மினிட்ஸ் கழிச்சு வர்றேன்னாங்க. எத்தியோப்பியா நம்பர் இருக்கு, அது போகுமான்னு தெரியல. வாட்ஸ்அப் கால் போகும் இல்லையா?
உங்களுக்கு போயிடும் சார்.
அப்படியா?
பிள்ளைங்க சேராம இன்னும் அது உள்ள வராம இருக்காங்க பாரு. டைம் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் இல்ல சார். வாங்க சார்.
மேடம் அவங்க வெளியில போயிட்டாங்க, ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் கழிச்சு வர்றேன்ட்டு.
யாருங்க சார்? தங்க மேடங்களா? ஓகே.
ஆமா 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 மேடம். நமக்கு
டைம் ஆயிட்டு இருக்குமா கண்ணா? டைம் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கு சார். நம்ம ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாங்க சார். ப்ரொஃபசர் மா, குட் மார்னிங் டு ஆல். விமலா,
மேம் குட் மார்னிங்.
குட் மார்னிங். ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாங்கண்ணே.
மேம் மேடம் வந்துட்டு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாம் மேம். மேடம் அங்க லெஃப்ட் ஆயிட்டாங்க போல இருக்கு.
மேடம் வந்துட்டு வெளியில போயிருக்காங்க.
மேம் எனக்கு கான்டாக்ட் இல்ல, சாருக்கு தான் தெரியும்.
சார் கூப்பிட்டுருவாங்க, ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. மேடம் தான் முதல்ல வந்தாங்க. சரி கொஞ்சம் லேட் இல்லை சார். நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார். எங்க பிள்ளைங்களோட இன்டராக்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார். அம்மா எம்சி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண சொல்லுமா விமலா.
அவங்களும் இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷன் அவங்களும் கேட்கணும்ல, ஒரு 10 மினிட்ஸ் வெயிட் பண்ணலாமா?
ஓகே சார். ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே.
ஏன்னா இங்க கேப் இருக்கு. செகண்ட் டாக் வந்து 40 மினிட்ஸ் கேப் இருக்கு. ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை.
அதனால கொஞ்சம் ரிலாக்ஸா பண்ணலாம்ங்களா?
ஆமா 10th அவங்கள 11:30 வரைக்கும் வேணா எடுத்துக்கோங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டேன்.
ஓகேங்க சார். ஓகே அம்மா வர சொல்லுங்க. யாருமா எம்சி? விமலா தங்கா.
ஆல்தி மேம்.
மேம் இங்க வந்துட்டாங்க மேம்.
மேம்
முகத்தை காட்டுங்க கொஞ்சம். எல்லாருமே கொஞ்சம் அன்மியூட் பார்க்கலாம். மாலதி
மேம்.
நான் இன்னைக்குதான் மாலதி மாலதி
மேம்
கிளாஸ்
மேம் ஆடியபிளா இல்ல மேம்.
தனபாகியம் கிளாஸ் எத்தனை பேர் அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணீங்க?
எஸ் மேம் அட்டெண்ட் பண்ண மேம். 45 மெம்பர்ஸ் இருந்தோம் மேம்.
45 மத்தவங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் என்னாச்சுன்னு கேட்டுருங்க பார்க்கலாம்.
எஸ் மேம்.
ஸ்மாலதி எல்லா சென்டர் ரெப்ரசன்டேட்டிவ் எனக்கு வந்து இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுங்க யாரெல்லாம் வரல அப்படின்னு.
கம்மியா இருக்கு.
ஓகே மேம்.
சீக்கிரமா டைம் ஆச்சு. ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண பார்க்கலாம். நேத்து ராமானுஜம் டே பத்தி ஸ்பீச் கொடுக்கறதா இருக்கீங்க, அது இன்னைக்கு பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. இன்டர்நெட் கனெக்ஷன் அன்ஸ்டேபிள் வருது. இந்த செஷன் யாராரு சார் நமக்கு? மேடம் சார்.
அதுக்கு அடுத்து ஏஎன் முகமது சார் 11:45.
உங்களுக்கு அந்த இன்விடேஷன் பிரிண்ட் அவுட் எடுத்ததுக்கு
இன்விடேஷன் 4 ஸ்பீக்கர் மேடம். 4 ஸ்பீக்கர். அப்புறம் மதியம் வந்து ராம் கோபால் நலன் அவர் 2 to 3. அப்புறம் விமலா மேடம் 3:15 to 4 o'clock. சோ 4 ஸ்பீக்கர் இன்னைக்கு.
மேம்
Students join soon. Kannan boss.
Kannan sir.
Sir?
வந்த உடனே இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுங்க.
Yes sir, sure sir.
15 எப்படி 10:15 குள்ள வர்றேன்னாங்க.
Sure sir.
விமலா என்ன இன்னும் கம்மியா ஜாயின் பண்ணிருக்காங்கம்மா?
மேம் சொல்லிட்டு தான் இருக்கேன், வாட்ஸ்அப்ல போட்டுட்டு தான் மேம் இருக்கேன்.
கம்மியா தான் ஜாயின் பண்ணிருக்குது பிள்ளைங்க.
அதை இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டு தான் மேம் இருக்கேன். ஓகே
இருமா. கண்ணி என்ன லேட் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கு?
ஏற்கனவே எனக்கு
என்னாச்சு? செஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிடலாங்கண்ணே. சார் நீங்க ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாங்க சார்.
அந்த மேடம் இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷனுக்காக இருக்கணும்னு பாக்குறேன். அது
ஆமா, பிள்ளைங்க எல்லாரும் வெயிட் பண்றாங்க. கூப்பிட்டு பாருங்க சார் மேடத்தை.
போன் கூப்பிட்டேன்.
சரிங்க சரிங்க.
15 நிமிஷத்துல வர்றேன்னாங்க. என்னன்னு தெரியல. 50 மினிட்ஸ்ல வர்றேன்னாங்க. திரும்ப கேட்டு பாக்குறேன் மேடம். கண்ணன் சார். கண்ணன் சார்.
சார் சொல்லுங்க சார்.
அவங்களோட ஃபாரின் நம்பர் தர்றேன், கால் பண்ணி பாருங்க. எனக்கு போக மாட்டேங்குது என்னன்னு தெரியல.
சரிங்க சார், எனக்கு டெக்ஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
+25
இந்த ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார்.
எத்தியோப்பியா +25 காலையில் நான் கூப்பிட்டேன் பேசுனாங்க. +25
சார்
1985
சார் 85
414
எஸ் சார்
+787
+25 1985 414 787
கூப்பிட்டு இந்த மாதிரி ஹாட் சார் பேசுறேன், கொஞ்சம் லைன்ல வாங்கன்னு சொல்லி.
எஸ் சார் இந்த இமீடியட்டா பண்றேன்.
தனபாகியம் வந்துட்டலமா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்ஸ்
மேம் இருக்கோம் மேம்.
யாரெல்லாம் இருக்கீங்க?
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்ஸ் எல்லாமே ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கோம் மேம். அப்படியே எல்லாம் join
ஹெச்ஓடி மேடம் வந்துட்டாங்க. தங்க மேடம் வந்துட்டாங்க. மேடம் ஹெச்ஓடி மேடம் தங்க மேடம் வந்துட்டாங்க.
யார் வந்திருக்காங்க சார்?
எக்ஸ்பர்ட் ஸ்பீக்கர் வந்தாச்சு. நம்ம போய் ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம்.
தங்க மேம் மோஸ்ட் வெல்கம் மேம். ப்ளீஸ் கைண்ட்லி unmute your camera மேம். விமலா எங்க விமலா?
சார் மேடம் லெஃப்ட் ஆயிட்டாங்க சார். ஜாயின் ஆகணும்.
சொல்லுங்க மேம்.
பேர் ஜாயின் ஆகட்டும்.
ஸ்கிரீன் பார்க்கணும் பாக்குறேன்.
வந்தாங்களே.
ஸ்பீக்கர் நான் மறந்துடுவேன் பாப்பா.
நெட்வொர்க் இஷ்யூ இருக்கும் சார்.
இல்ல மேடம் வந்து லெஃப்ட் ஆகுதான், திரும்ப உள்ள வருவாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு ஏதோ லைன் கிடைக்கல. நீங்க பேசிட்டீங்களா சார்? கண்ணன் சார்
சார் பேசுறதுக்குள்ள வந்துட்டாங்க சார்.
வந்துட்டாங்க, திரும்ப ஆள் இல்ல.
எஸ் சார். அதான் நெட்வொர்க் இஷ்யூஸ் இருக்கும் சார்.
சார் நம்ம இந்த சர்டிபிகேட் பத்தி பேசணுமே, அது பேசிடலாங்களா?
சர்டிபிகேட் வந்து ஆல் பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட் நம்ம இஷ்யூ பண்ணணும்.
சரிங்க சார்.
அது என்ன மாடல், கீழே யார் யார் சைன், அதை டிசைட் பண்ணிருங்க.
சார் ஜெனரலா இப்ப எங்க யூனிவர்சிட்டில முதல்ல வைஸ் சான்சலர் சைன் வேண்டாம் அப்படின்னாங்க.
ரைட்.
ஆர்கனைசிங் செக்ரட்டரிஸ் மட்டும் கொடுத்துக்கலாமா இல்ல ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரார் மேடம் கேட்கலாமாங்க சார்?
நீங்க டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணி
என்ன ஆர்கனைசிங் செக்ரட்டரியோட முடிச்சுக்கலாங்களா?
எஸ் மேடம், தங்க வந்துட்டாங்க, பேசுங்க கொஞ்சம் தங்க மேடம்.
ஓகே சார். மேடம் மோஸ்ட் வெல்கம். மா எம்சி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்கம்மா.
Come after 1 hour.
மேடம் வாங்க.
Madam will come.
சார் யாரோ வந்திருக்காங்களே மேடமோட ஐடில. குட் மார்னிங் சார்.
Yeah, I am Professor Mohammed Poneshwari madam.
சார் சொல்லுங்க, நல்லா இருக்கீங்களா?
நல்லா இருக்கேன்.
மார்னிங் சார்.
வந்து ப்ரொஃபசர் முகமது சோழராஜ் இல்லன்னா என்ன உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்காது. அதுக்கு தான் நான் உங்கள்ட்ட பேசுறேன். இது என்னோட ஹவுஸ்.
சார் ப்ளீஸ் பீ லவுடர் சார். இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் உங்க வாய்ஸ் ஆடியபிளா இல்ல.
ஆடியபிள் வேணுமா? அப்ப வந்து இது வேணுமா?
சார் குட் மார்னிங் சார்.
ஓகே சார்.
வெரி குட் மார்னிங். உங்களை ரொம்ப நாள் கழிச்சு உங்க முகத்தை பாக்குறேன்.
ஆமா நான் ரொம்ப பிஸி சார். இங்க உங்க தேவைகள்லாம் ரொம்ப எனக்கு இருக்கு. அதனால தான் நானும் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
இல்ல, ஐ வில் டெஃபினெட்லி ஹெல்ப் யூ. மாடலிங்ல அந்த சாஃப்ட்வேர்லாம் ரெடி பண்ணி வச்சிட்டேன்.
வச்சிருக்கீங்களா?
ஆமா, டேட்டா சயின்ஸ்க்கு எல்லாம் ரெடி பண்ணி வச்சிட்டேன்.
வெரி குட். நானும் உங்களுக்கு நிறைய சாஃப்ட்வேர் தர்றேன்.
உங்களுக்கு என்ன ஹெல்ப்போ நான் பண்ணி உங்களுடைய ஆசீர்வாதத்தை வாங்கிக்கிறேன். டோன்ட் வரி சார்.
நோ சார். Main thing, only 2 minutes.
Ask them, is it clear?
Now sound clear, sir?
சூப்பரா இருக்குது, சூப்பரா இருக்கு.
ஓகே. அதாவது மேடம் புவனேஸ்வரி மேடம் அவங்க பிரசன்டேஷன் முடிஞ்ச உடனே I will do my presentation. சார் இமெயில் அனுப்புனனே கிடைச்சதா? பிபிடி
எல்லாம் கிடைச்சது சார். பவர் பாயிண்ட் கிடைச்சாச்சு, எடுத்தாச்சு சார்.
ஓகே. அப்புறம் வந்து அந்த அந்த அவங்க ரெண்டு பேருக்கும் நீங்க வந்து அப்ரிசியேஷன் சர்டிபிகேட் கண்டிப்பா கொடுக்கணும்.
நான் அனுப்பிச்சு விட்டுருவேன், உங்களுக்கு சேர்த்து அனுப்பி விட்டுருவேன்.
எனக்கு வயசு 62 ஆயாச்சு. I don't want anything for them.
Whoever made is a speaker, we will send certificate by proper channel from the Mother Teresa University.
And also if you prepare the any booklet, give them.
Sure sir. Sure நிச்சயமா சார்.
Continue the meeting. Okay.
Oh yes sir. Madam, can I continue?
சார் அவர் எங்கூட பேசாம போயிட்டாரு கிளம்பி. நீங்க ஏதோ பேசிட்டு இருக்கீங்கன்னு விட்டுட்டு யாரும் எனக்கு இன்ட்ரோ듀ஸ் பண்ணவே இல்லை. நீங்க வேற
நான் சொன்னேன், அவர் அதுக்குள்ள அவசரப்படுறாரு சார்.
சார் நீங்க யாருமே இன்ட்ரோ듀ஸ் பண்ணிக்கல. நான் உங்க கூட பேசணும்னு நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கேன். அதுக்குள்ள நீங்க ஏதோ முக்கியமா பேசிட்டு இருந்தீங்களே, நான் அப்படியே வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தேன்.
சரி தங்க மேடம் முடிஞ்ச உடனே நீங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பேசலாம் மேடம்.
சரி எந்த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் அந்த சார்? எனக்கு நீங்க இன்ட்ரோ듀ஸ் பண்ணாம விட்டீங்களே.
மேத்தமெட்டிக்ஸ் மேடம். அவர் மேத்தமெட்டிக்ஸ் மாடலிங் மேடம், மேத்தமெட்டிக்கல் மேடம்.
அப்படிங்களா?
ஆமா மேடம்.
அப்ப அவர்தான் ஒரு ஸ்பீச் போட்டுருக்கலாமே.
அவர் போட்டிருக்காரு, அவர் தான் அடுத்த டாக்.
ஓகே 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 ஓகே
மேடம் இப்போ தங்க மேடம் இன்ட்ரோ듀ஸ் பண்ணல, ஆரம்பிக்க சொல்லுங்க
மேடம். முதல்ல அப்புறமா ஸ்கிரீனை ஷேர் பண்ணிக்கலாம் தங்க மேம்.
ஓகே ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர்
ப்ளீஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் மேடம். ப்ரோகிராம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க.
மேம் ஸ்கிரீன் கிளியரா இருக்கா?
கிளியரா இருக்கு.
விசிபிள்
ஸ்கிரீன் நல்லா இருக்குமா தங்க? கிளியரா இருக்குடா.
ஓகே ஓகே மேம், தேங்க் யூ.
மேடம் ப்ளீஸ் ஸ்டார்ட்.
நான் ஒரு ஷாட் எடுத்துக்கிறேன். தங்க ப்ளீஸ் பீ லைக் அப்படியே இருங்க. அப்ப அந்த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்கிரீனோட இருங்க. சார் ஓகே
மேடம் எம்சி டெஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க.
ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாமா? எம்சி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்கம்மா.
எஸ் மேம்.
சார் ஸ்கிரீனை குறைச்சாதாங்க சார் ஃபுல்லா வரும். ஸ்கிரீனை குறைச்சிட்டு அப்புறமா ஸ்கிரீன் ஷேர் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் பிள்ளைங்க எடுக்கணும், அதனால நீங்க ஸ்கிரீன் குறைச்சுங்க. ஓகே எல்லாருமே அன்மியூட் பண்ணுங்க. ஐஸ்வர்யா
Ma'am, shall I start, ma'am?
ஆமாப்பா ஆரம்பிங்கப்பா, லேட் ஆகுது.
A very pleasant good morning to one and all gathered here. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome you all. This is our second day as well as first session of international webinar on applied mathematics organized by Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. It's my pleasure to welcome Madam Thammarai Thangam, Lecturer, Department of Nursing, College of Health and Medical Sciences, Belhora University, Ethiopia. Welcome you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. A. Soliraj sir, Associate Professor, Jamal Muhammad College, to deliver a welcome address. Please, sir.
Good morning to one and all. First,
Good morning, sir.
on behalf of the convener of this international webinar on applied mathematics during December 22-24, 2020, I am very happy to enjoy the cordial inaugural address and presidential address by Vice Chancellor and Registrar, and very good welcome address by Professor Madam Bhuvaneshwari Madam HOD and Associate Professor for Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women University, Kodaikanal. I am also all the supporting staff, official, organizing secretary Vimala, and student friends, professor, research scholars from various university colleges. Today, first speaker, Thammarai Thangam. Madam is born from Kanyakumari district. Educational qualification, Madam finished a diploma degree in nursing, BP, BSc nursing, MSc nursing from Kanyakumari St. Xavier Catholic College of Nursing and Annamalai College of Nursing at Chennai. In 2014, he got postgraduate degree in nursing. He doing doctorate degree in the nursing through mathematical modeling. He experts in certified bar PLS from Malvalas, disease, HIV, AID, APT, training programmer, and very good counselor mentor for various students in nursing education program for nursing students as well as students from all over the globe through the online program. Presently, he is a lecturer at Melbourne University, Ethiopia, from October 2017 to till date. He is the best nursing award received 2000 from Malaysia, Melbourne University, Malaysia. Madam is experts through data science in mathematical modeling. Through the data model already fixed by trace model, surface model, two-dimension model, autocorrelation, and fuzzy correlation also. Fuzzy correlation now only is studying. He is very good teaching experience in data science in the medical field. Best mentor award also given to him. Madam also did a vessel talk on one-day workshop in pathological critical care nursing at Velamandalam, February 2015. 3 days he attended, gave a special talk on 3 days training program in Indian Nursing Council conducted at training of nurse during the days 11th February 2015 to 13th February 2015 conducted by or organized by St. Xavier's College of Nursing, Chinnakandai near Nagarkoil. He also gave a lecture on crafting the new life cell physiotherapy and organ in the national level conference by the same college on 27th February 2015. Also, he attended one more Indian Nursing Counseling Conductor Training Program. He gave a many state level and national level advanced treatment technology in nursing through applied mathematical model in data science in biological especially. He received many certificate, efficient talk. He published on a mathematical model from data science on effectiveness, intimidation, normalcy, blood cells, and one more topic, a study on assess the effectiveness of structured teaching program on breast self-examination among the database available in the up to date in 2020. All these papers are published in 2019 and 20 towards his PhD program. He ongoing project also on mathematical modeling from the data science in biological, especially quantitative and quantitative assessment of magnitude and determination factors through data available in biology. So he is a very good expert in mathematical modeling from the data science. So I welcome madam. I welcome madam for your speech.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Good morning, one and all.
Good morning, ma'am.
Can you hear, ma'am?
Yes,
Is it audible?
little bit louder, ma'am.
That is the maximum sound, ma'am.
Okay. கொஞ்சம் சவுண்டா பேசுங்க மேடம்.
கொஞ்சம் நம்ம பிள்ளைங்களை அப்படியே ஒரு அட்ராக்ஷன் கொண்டு வந்துடணும் நம்ம ஆடியன்ஸை. இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் வால்யூம் ரைஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருக்கும்.
கேக்குதா மேம் இப்போ?
மைல்டா கேக்குது. இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ரைஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா பரவாயில்லையா இருக்கும்னு பாக்குறேன்.
ஓகே, குட் மார்னிங் மேம். கேக்குதா? இப்போ
கேக்குது. கொஞ்சம் நல்லா பேசுங்க அவ்வளவுதான்.
ஓகே மேம்.
Please start.
Good morning,
Louder.
sir. Yeah,
Good
first
morning.
of all, I would like to give thanks to God Almighty. Next, I would like to thanks and express my gratitude to Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, whoever is the respected persons, convener, chairman, all the chairpersons, those who are conducting this meeting, and especially for the teachers and the students, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to everyone in the esteemed institutions. Okay, because actually you people can think. Because
Ma'am, little bit louder, ma'am. Your voice is, please, ma'am. இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் சத்தமா பேசுறீங்க.
Okay, ma'am. Maybe I don't know because I am speaking in loudly only, ma'am, but I am not sure.
டைரக்டா இது கம்ப்யூட்டரோட அப்படியே இந்த லேப்டாப் மைக்குக்கே வந்துட்டீங்கன்னா நல்லா இருக்கும்ல, ஸ்பீக்கர் இல்லாம. லேப்டாப்லயே அப்படியே ஆடியோல கனெக்ட் பண்ணி பாருங்க. இப்ப நான் எல்லாம் பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறது டைரக்டா லேப்டாப்ல இருந்து தான் பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். அது இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியா இருக்கும். இப்ப நல்லா இருக்கு. இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் சத்தமா பேசுனீங்கன்னா ஈஸியா இருக்கும்.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Okay.
இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் லேப்டாப்பை பின்னாடி தள்ளிக்கங்க மேம். உங்களோட அப்படியே இது ஃபேஸ் மட்டும் தெரியுது. இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் இது மட்டும் பொசிஷன் மாத்துங்க. நீங்களே பாருங்க இந்த ஸ்கிரீன்ல உங்களா. இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் எஸ் நோ இட் இஸ். இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் தள்ளுங்க மேம். இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க. யா நாட் நோ இட் இஸ் கரெக்ட். இப்ப பேச ஆரம்பிங்க.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Please start your speech.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind cooperation. And I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to our esteemed institutions, Mother Teresa University, Kodaikanal, for all the teachers and all the students. Okay, first of all, I would like to tell you people can think why she is from nursing department. Actually, this conversation and conference seminar program is going on conducted by mathematics department. What is the relationship between the nursing and the mathematics? There is a lot of correlations. There is a lot of relationship between the mathematics and the medical field. Because examples, if we are having any fever or any other symptoms, if you want to prescribe any medications, we need the calculations. Without calculations, we can't able to give not even single medicine to the patients. So there is a lot of connections between mathematics and medicines. Okay?
Yes, yes.
Sir, screen தெரியுதா சார்? Slides தெரியுதா?
இல்ல அப்பல தெரிஞ்சது இப்ப இல்லையா? கண்ணன் சார் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்கிரீன் உங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுங்க.
சார் மேடம்க்கு நெட்வொர்க் இஷ்யூ இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன் சார், அதனால தான், வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை.
எதுங்க சொல்லுங்க அவங்க கிட்ட.
எஸ் சார், இல்ல அவங்க வெளியில லெஃப்ட் ஆயிட்டாங்க சார், திரும்ப கனெக்ட் ஆவாங்க.
கண்ணன் சார் வந்துட்டாங்க, கொஞ்சம் பாருங்க. ப்ரோக்ராம் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. ஆடியன்ஸ் ஆர் வெயிட்டிங் சொல்லுங்க. கண்ணன் சார்
சார்
வந்துட்டாங்களா? இன்னும் வரலையா?
இன்னும் வரலங்க சார், இப்பதான் சார் ஜாயின்ட் ஆகுறாங்க.
ஓகே, கொஞ்சம் அவங்கள டைரக்டா போட சொல்லிருங்க, ஸ்லைடு போட சொல்லிருங்க, கொஞ்சம் முடிக்க சொல்லிருங்க. ஏன்னா அவங்க டிலே பண்ண அடுத்த ப்ரோக்ராம் பிரச்சனை வரும்.
எஸ் சார், எஸ்.
தங்கம் மேடம், தங்கம் மேடம், தங்கம் மேடம், மேடம் கொஞ்சம் பேச ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க, ஸ்லைடு போடுங்க. அவங்கள காமிங்க சார்.
சார் இன்னும் ஆடியோ கனெக்ட் ஆகலங்க சார்.
ஆடியோ கனெக்ட் ஆகல. தங்கம் மேடம். தங்கம் மேடம். அவங்க ஸ்லைடு போட்டு பேசினா போதும் சார். தங்கம் மேடம். தங்கம் மேடம். கண்ணன் நீங்க பேசி பாருங்களேன்.
சார் மேடம் இன்னொரு லைன்ல வராங்க சார் இன்னொரு லைன்லயும் கனெக்ட் ஆகுறாங்க. நெட்வொர்க் இஷ்யூ இருக்கனால
ஈடி போட்டு பேச சொல்லுங்க சார். போதும் சார். ஏன்னா அந்த டைம்க்குள்ள அவங்க முடிக்கணும்ல. நீ கொஞ்சம்
இல்ல சார், அவங்க ஆடியோ கனெக்ட் பண்ணாதான் சார் நம்ம பேசுறதே கேட்கும். இன்னும் அவங்க ஆடியோ கனெக்ட் பண்ணல.
ஆடியோவே கனெக்ட் பண்ணலையா?
ஆமா சார், இப்பதான் ஜாயின் ஆயிட்டு இருக்காங்க. நெட்வொர்க் இஷ்யூங்கிறனால வந்து விட்டு விட்டு வருது.
அவங்களுக்கு மார்னிங் நீட்டா இருந்துச்சு. சார் கண்ணன் சார். கண்ணன் சார். தங்க மேடம் நீங்க ஸ்கிரீன் போட்டு பேசுங்க மேடம். கொஞ்சம் பேச ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க.
ஓகே சார். ஓகே,
நீங்க பேச ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க மேடம். நேரா ஸ்ட்ரைட்டாவே இது நீங்க டேட்டா போயிருங்க. உங்க டாக் போயிருங்க ப்ளீஸ். ஸ்லைடு போடுங்க மேடம்.
ஓகே சார். Sorry for the disturbance. There is
No problem. No problem. We have enough of time. Please go ahead immediately.
Okay, my topic is magnitude and determinant factors of malnutrition by using biological modeling. Okay, nutrition is the one of the most essential things of life and plays a crucial role in the body growth, development, and maintenance of well-being. And adequate nutrition is not possible to maintain the health, to protect the body from ailments. Nutrition provides energy to the body, which is utilized to prevent hundreds of biological and physical activities. It is the most important risk factors of burden of disease, cause about 300 deaths per year directly and indirectly. This is according to the WHO reports. Malnutrition among children is one of the most important causes of morbidity and mortality in the worldwide, particularly in developing countries. WHO also estimated about 5.4 million under 5 children dies in each year. Then, including 2.7 million deaths occurred in sub-Saharan African countries and as well as in Ethiopia also. Because of the reasons of poor housing conditions, overcrowding, poor quality of drinking water, and inadequate sanitations, and major threats of the health and nutritional status in children. Poor feeding practices such as inadequate feeding, breastfeeding, offering the wrong foods, and more not consuming that the child gets enough nutrients food. Especially the infection, particularly persistent diarrhea, pneumonia, measles, and malaria also undermines the child nutritional status. Millions of children dies each year, every year of malnutrition. Each year, nutrition prevents many children in adults from ever reaching the full mental and physical capacity. The magnitude of the child nutrition in globally. That means overall the populations from that on how many percentage they are affected with the malnutrition. According to the WHO report, worldwide 35% of under 5 children are associated with malnutrition in the worldwide. 165 million standard, 51 million wasted, and 99 million are underweight. According to the in India, there are 19.8 million children below the age group of 6 years. 38% of children between 0 to 5 years standard in our country. Only 9.6% children are getting adequate nutritious diet. In India, mainly Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Assam has highest malnutrition children in India. According to the WHO, they defines malnutrition, the cellular imbalance between the supply of nutrients and energy and the body's demand for them to ensure growth, maintenance, and specific functions. In case if they are not getting enough food, enough calories, enough protein, condensed diet, they will go for the malnutrition. According to UNICEF, those who doesn't provide adequate calories and does not have enough protein diet, they become undernutrition. Those who are having high protein diet, high calorie diet, they are become over nutrition. That means excess of nutrition, they are going to get obesity. There are two causes. First one, primary causes. Primary causes, there are 4 sections. Low income, that means they doesn't have the money because of the poverty, because of the low educations. So they doesn't have proper education and the money. So they does not able to buy the proper food. Ignorance, they doesn't know what to do because they are giving the feeding, breastfeeding continuously 3 years, maybe 2 years, maybe 6 months. So because of that, they doesn't know the reality. So they are giving the feeding. Overpopulation also. In case if the house so many members, if they are not able to afford the food for all the children, there is a reasons. Scarcity of food supply, because any pandemic crisis, any civil war occur, because of the political reasons, they are not able to get the food from outside the country. That also one source of the reasons. Then the secondary causes, first one, obesity. Obesity means the excess of eating. Because of that one, the fat consumption so much, so they are increasing the weight. Then insulin resistant diabetes, because of the pancreas does not work properly, so the children are getting the diabetes. Diarrhea and intestinal malabsorptions. Intestinal malabsorptions because of the digestive problems, so they are not getting the food, not getting proper digestion, so they are getting profuse diarrhea, like continuously diarrhea they are getting. So that also one reason. Infections, especially the respiratory tract system, because these children have low immunity power. Because of the low immunity power, they are easily getting the infections. Metabolic and renal disease, like cardiac vascular disease, CVA, like a stroke, then renal diseases, thyroid problem, these all the problem, there is a chance. Hepatobiliary disorders means the liver system also will, they going to affect. Factors affecting malnutrition. Factors affecting malnutrition means failure to breastfeed exclusively. Normally, if the child if they are giving the birth to the child, minimum 6 months they have to give continuous breastfeed. In case, like examples, the high HIV mother also give the breastfeed. If they started any other artificial feed, immediately they have to stop the breastfeed, because otherwise the HIV virus will transmit to the child. So if they are giving the breastfeed, exclusively breastfeed means no problems. In case if they have started any artificial feed or any water supplementary diet or anything, means immediately they have to stop the breastfeed. The poor nutrition during pregnancy. Poor nutrition during pregnancy means during the gestational period, the mother has to increase the weight minimum 12 kg, maximum to 14 to 16 kgs. In case if they are not reaching that weight, they will get, the child become a malnutrition. Lack of then poor consumption of vitamin supplements. During the gestational period, they have to take lot of vitamin supplements like iron content diet, vitamins diet, mineral diets. So many types of vitamins are available in the world. So according to the categorize, according to the body conditions, they have to take the food items, vitamins and minerals. Large family size, maybe in the family too many members are there, means very difficult to get the food properly. In case if they are having the income sources, there is no problem, means they can buy the food from outside. Otherwise there is a reasons. Poor sanitations, because they are not practicing the good sanitation conditions, because they are all the houses, they are not having the sanitary facilities. So in olden days, they used to have the outside defecation only. That also one reasons. Lack of educations, because the mother doesn't have the father or mother. They doesn't have the education, proper educations, means they doesn't know what food they have to supply to the children. That means there is a reason that also will induce malnutrition. The impacts of malnutrition. The first one, low mood, because they are not at all active, because always they are not in good conditions, like weight loss. Drastic weight loss will be there. Low energy, they doesn't have the energy. They are losing their energy. Muscle wasting, they become skin and bony. They doesn't have the muscles, like only we can see the skin and bony. And increased risk of fracture, because these type of children have less calcium. So because of that one, easily they are getting the fracture. Increased risk of hospital admissions, low immunity power, that is induced infections. Because of that one, oftenly they are used to admit the hospital. Confusion state, they are not in good conditions. Infection, that is the immune system low. Reduced independence, they are not mingled with any other persons. Always they used to sit in independent only. Then increased risk of falls. There is a chance of falls. Reduced mobility. They doesn't want to walk anywhere. They used to sit in one place only. There are three phases of malnutrition: stunting, wasting, obesity. What is meant by stunting? Stunting means the people are too short. They are not reaching the, according to the age, they are not reaching the height. So that is the stunting. Because in our overall the world, 144 million children are in stunting. Wasting means the people are, the children are become very thin. According to the height, they are become height, but their muscles and are wasting. So they are become very thin. 47 million children are in the worldwide. Obesity, excess of eating. So because of that one, they are getting fat. 38 million children are in worldwide. Types of malnutrition. There are two types of malnutrition: overnutrition and undernutrition. Overnutrition, there are two types: overweight and obesity. Excess of weight, maybe in 1 year old baby supposed to be 9.6 kg the normal weight. Maybe they are 13 kg, 14 kg, means there is the overweight. Obesity. Obesity means excess of fat. Undernutrition, there are four types of undernutrition: stunting, wasting, underweight, and macronutrient deficiency. In the wasting, there are two types. There is a SAM and MAM. SAM means severe acute malnutrition. MAM means moderate acute malnutrition. In the SAM, consider there is a three types of malnutrition, that is marasmus kwashiorkor and marasmus kwashiorkor. This is the protein energy malnutrition. Macronutrient deficiency, where the minerals, under nutrient minerals and vitamins. If the minerals less also there is a problem. If the vitamins less also there is a problems. Okay, calcium. If there is a calcium low, there will be a rickets. Rickets means the vitamin D deficiency. Because of that one, they are easily getting the fracture. The bones are very softening and weakened. The diet should be the calcium content diet should be provided to the children. The vitamin diet should what are the contents will be available means red meat, liver, oily fish, egg yolk, etc. Like that. So many types of food items are available. Then iron deficiency. Iron deficiency means goiter. That means thyroid problems. Thyroid problems because of the iron deficiency. The children are getting the iron deficiency disorders. That on the food contents like fish, milk, yogurt, cheese, and iodized salt also there is the food items. Then iron deficiency means anemia. Because of the anemia, the HB level will be low. Okay, because of the HB means hemoglobin, the level will be this. All the iron deficiency, iron contents diet should be, supplementary diet should be provided. Okay, that is the jaggery will be available, drumstick leaves, dates, all the fruits and vegetables it is available. Zinc if it is less means growth retardations, nuts, seafoods, whole grain cereals, and other dairy product also will be available. Then under nutrition and vitamins, nutrition of vitamins. What are the vitamins? If less means what are the problems? In case if thiamine deficiency vitamins, that is vitamin B1. That is called beriberi. Okay, vitamin B. What are the food available? Means whole grains and legumes. Niacin. If niacin, vitamin B3. If it is less means bellagra. Okay, this bellagra lack of niacin, that is milk, green leafy vegetables, coffee and tea, it's available. Vitamin C, if it is less means scurvy. Okay, vitamin C, what are the yellow color fruits like mango, pineapple, lemon, and the kiwi fruit. These are the food items it will be available. If we are providing the minerals and the vitamins during the gestational period, means the conception period, if they are taking proper minerals and vitamins means better we can avoid the malnutrition. Okay, identifying a child with malnutrition. How to identify the malnutrition? Wait for age, first one. Wait for age means examples like a 1 year baby. The boy baby, the normal weight is 9.6 kg. For the girl baby, the normal weight 8.9 kg. So in case if the girl baby lower than this weight, below the 8.9 kg, that means 7 kg or 6 kg, that means they are become a malnutrition. They are going to get the malnutrition. Then height for age. 1 year child, the normal height is the boy baby 75.7 centimeter, for the girl baby 74 centimeter. In case the height is not reached the level, if they are very thin, that means there is a chance of getting malnutrition. We can able to identify. Then weight for height. So weight and height must be equal. Like a 1 year baby boy, there is a weight 9.6 kg and the height is 75.7 centimeters. Means it will, if it is reaching that normal weight and height means they are become normal. Otherwise, if anyone is less means they are become a malnutrition. We can able to consider that one. Then MAC means mid upper arm circumference. Mid upper arm circumference, how to calculate means there is a tape measure. In the tape measure, there are 4 colors: red, brown, yellow, and green. Okay, that red indicate severe acute malnutrition. Brown indicate mild or moderate acute malnutrition. Then yellow color indicates norm. That means not acute malnutrition, but green indicates normal. They are not in the risk. They are not a malnutrition. They are the normal children. Okay, weight for height according to the standard deviations, less than 0.3 standard deviations, SAM, between the 0.3 to 0.2 standard deviation, ma'am. Then more than 0.2 standard deviations, NAM at risk. Less than 0.2 standard deviations norm. That is not at risk. They are in the normal children. Then assessment of nutritional status methodology in clinical practice. First stage, we have to identify the nutrition intake. What are the food contents they are taking? How much they are taking? Whether they are reaching the calories. So these one we want to identify. Then apart from the clinical signs, external signs of the skin, eyes, hair, everything we want to identify. Whether it is normal or any abnormalities there or not. Then anthropometric measurements mean the height, weight, circumference, and skin fold. The second stage assessments of biochemistry and hematology, blood and urine test, minerals, vitamins, all the trace element status we want to find out. Which one is reduced, which one is normal, we want to identify that one. And the third stage are research protocols. Maybe in case everything okay, we have to go for the research protocols. Research, in that research, what is the reason behind for the malnutrition? What are the causes? How to identify the malnutrition? These are the research methods. Then in case, if the research is okay, we have to go for the functional test, neurological function and developmental test. In case if any abnormalities, brain abnormalities there means immediately we go for the neurological functions. You have to take the children to the neurologist. They will do the neurological functions. So all the system whether it is functioning or not. Then any growth retardation is there means you have to take for the pediatrician for the developmental test. Whether the developmental process everything correct or not. That one we want to identify. Then only we can resolve the problems. Okay, this much I discussed about the malnutrition. Now I'm going to explain about the biological modeling. Okay, biological modeling. Biological models are experimental system that recreate aspects of human tissue function or disease. Biological model takes a medical perspective, typically focus on brain. Because the biological model always focus on the brain only. In case if the brain is not functioning properly, what will happen? That is, everybody knows what will happen. Inherited genetic abnormality. Maybe due to in the birth itself, there is a hereditary disorders or if a genetic problem. Like a mentally retarded child means during the birth only they are getting the mental retardations. That is a inherited or genetic disorders. Then endocrine, maybe from the birth itself, the child become a juvenile diabetes. That also endocrine problem due to the brains, pancreas. Then neurochemical abnormalities. Neurochemical abnormalities means if there is a chance, that means there is any problem. If there is any problem in the brain, they are going to get the mental disorders. Psychological abnormalities is an illness brought about the malfunctioning part of the organisms. Mental disorders are sometimes related to abnormal chemical activity in the endocrine systems. In the endocrine system, so many systems will be occupied because so many secretions are, so many enzymes are secreted by the endocrine system. If any one secretions less or high, that is a problem for us only. Abnormal secretions have linked to psychological disorders, especially like example cortisol. Cortisol related to anxiety and mood disorders. In case if excess secretions of cortisol in the urine, that means the child become a Cushing's. We can consider that child may have the Cushing syndrome or the child may have the pituitary adenoma. So like these symptoms, the secretions, the enzymes secreted by some organs, because of that one only they are developing the problems. Okay, assumptions. Psychological illness have a physical cause. Abnormal behavior, thinking and emotion caused by biological dysfunctions. Understanding the mental illness involves, sometimes we can be able to understand what went with the brain, what is the wrong. Sometimes we have become very violent. Sometimes we become very arrogant. What we want to speak, we doesn't know why we are behaving like that. But if you relax and if you think what was happening in the brain means we can able to get the solutions. Okay, types of biological modeling. There are 8 types of biological modeling. First one, cellular model, multicellular organism simulations, protein folding developing model, human biological system in terms of simulation method, tree model, ecological models, models in ecotoxicology, modeling of infectious disease in compartment models. We'll see one by one. Okay, first one, cellular model. Cellular model is a model has been particular challenging task of system biology and mathematical biology. What is system biology? System biology means based on the human body. Okay, because in the human body, there are a lot of systems. Okay, not only one system is working in the human body. There are various systems will be available. So if any one system not functioning properly, we are getting the problems. It involves efficient algorithm, data structure, visualization, and communication tools or orchestrate. Orchestrate means to arrange the integration of large quantities of biological data with the goal of computer modeling. For example, for like malnutrition, we can't take one sample. We have to take lot of samples. In the lot of samples, maybe the sample size must be 2,000 or 3,000 or 1,000, like that is sample collections we have to take it. Based on that one only we can able to do the research and data collections. According to that one we have to put the modelings. The second one, multicellular organism simulation. Multicellular organism means they are composed of one cells or group of cells. Okay, one cells and group of cells means inside the human body there are numerous cells, the different type of cells, skin cells, nervous cells, muscle cells, blood cells. But each types of cells they have different functions. Like example, blood cells. There is a blood cells. Lot of blood cells are available. White blood cells, red blood cells, neutrophils, eosinophils, basophils, lymphocytes. These are the different types of cells. If any one cells, whether it is they were developed by more higher amount or lesser amount, there is a problems. Okay, the multicellular organism, there are the examples are human beings, animal, plants, insects, birds. These are all comes under multicellular organism. Next one, protein folding developing model. Protein folding developing is the physical process by which the protein chain occurs its native three-dimensional structure. Conformation that is usually biologically functioning in expeditious and reproducible. Expeditious means done with speed and efficiency. Done with speed and efficiency. That means in that protein chain changes every seconds it will be happening in our body. That is once whether it is done, whether it is speed, based on the speed they can able to reproduce. The same way only the mathematical or biological modeling also we can do. Okay, human biological system in terms of simulations method. Human biological system means in our body different types of systems are not only one, that is the macro systems are available in our body. That is the systems. What are the systems available in our body means integumentary system, circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive, then urinary, nervous, endocrine, lymphatic, then reproductive and musculoskeletal systems. Example, respiratory system failure. Then that means immediately we have to go for the artificial ventilations. Otherwise, we are not able to get breathe. We are not able to breathe properly. Circulatory system, if it is failure, in case cardiac problems, there is a block, there is a cardiac heart attack. That means immediately we go for the treatment. Digestive system, if there is a problems, immediately we will get diarrhea, vomiting. If the functions are working, if all the systems are working properly, only we can able to survive in the world properly. Okay, ecological system. Ecological system means what? There is a relation between two, interpersonal and individual. Okay, what is interpersonal? Interpersonal means communication with the people. Okay, that means examples. There is a teacher and the students. There is a teacher and the students. Okay, in the teacher and the students means there is a relations between, but their thinking, beliefs, ideas, everything same. It's not same, but they are two different creatures, like two different genes. That means the idea is different, the thinking capacity is different, the beliefs, that cultural practice, whatever it is, everything entirely different. That is the interpersonal. Individual always individual only. Only that is the single persons. So in that one, interpersonal and in individual phases means what are the factors means what we are relating to the malnutrition means in case if we are taking the children's either one or two children means also, but their individual differences differ because that diet pattern different, the house pattern, the education of mother, father, everything entirely difference. Okay, that one we want to identify. Because of that one we can make the database analysis. Exotoxicology. Exotoxicology means it will toxicology study explore the mechanism and process whereby the environmental chemical exert the effect of the community and the populations. Examples: there is a river. Near the river, there is a chemical factory. That chemical factory waste everything mixed with the river water. River water is a clean water. Now become dirty water. In the dirty water, so many species are there, like fish, insects, species, like the reptiles. So many variety of animals are there. Plants are there. Even the same water only they are drinking the human being. We used to for drinking and cooking. Because of the chemical mixed with the water become poisonous. That poisonous water we are using, because of that also one reason to get the malnutrition. Modeling of infectious disease in compartment model. Okay, modeling of infectious disease. What we want to know here means like a spread of the disease, from where it is come from the disease. What are the status of the disease now? Whether it is able to, we can control or not. How long it will be there in the disease. Example like corona, COVID-19. Actually, everyone is thinking that is disease come from China. Yeah, that is our assumptions. But nobody knows whether it is man-made or natural. Nobody knows. God only knows that one. Okay, the disease almost 1 year over, but it not yet controlled. That means what are the reason behind? Is there any test facilities are available? Yeah, is there a test facility? That is the PCR test, polymerase chain reactions. If it is positive, we are considered as a COVID-19 patients. If it is negative, we are not COVID-19 patients. Okay, then what are the treatment is available? Whether it is the treatment is available or not? Yeah, there is a treatment, but if it's not a particular treatment, it's not a specific treatment. It is a symptomatic treatment. Based on the symptoms only, the doctors are prescribing the medicines. So, whether we can able to control the disease or no. But I don't have any idea whether we can able to control or not, because now again started. Many countries they started to do their second lockdown because of the mutation of the COVID-19 virus. That means in the data analysis, what we have to do? Okay, particular virus we have to choose. From where it is come from, that one we want. Okay, how long the period? How many persons are affected? How many persons are infected? Whether how many persons are cured? Like daily basis or monthly basis or weekly basis, we have to identify the data statistics. Then only we can able to identify the exact amount of the people, how many peoples are they affected, how many peoples they cured, how many persons are they are suspectable, they are in the quarantine period. These all the things we can able to identify. Finally, I'm going to explain the tree-based model. In the malnutrition, so we are applying the tree-based model only. The tree-based model means a tree have lot of branches, many branches. Each branches different size. But in the tree, we will get the same fruit from the different branches also. Here also we are going to consider like tree-based model only in the malnutrition. Tree-based models use a series of if to then rules to generate predictions from one or more decision tree. Prediction means like a forecast. The forecast means what? Because sometimes they used to give the media, they are giving the informations. Maybe tomorrow we are going to get the heavy rain. Maybe tomorrow we are going to get this place, the landsliding. Maybe like that only, that is the forecast. Here also there is the forecast only. All tree-based models either two types, they are the regression based or classification based. Okay, regression based means predicting numerical values. Classification means predicting categorical values. Okay, relation between classifications and regressions. Okay, these trees are mechanical learning methods for constructing prediction models from one by one. These models are obtained recursively partitioning database and fitting a sample prediction model within each partitions. Okay, the types of tree-based model, there are three types: decision trees, random forest, and gradient boostings. Decision tree, which are the foundation of all tree-based model. This is the foundations. In case if we want to build the house, means we need the foundation must be strong. If the foundation strong means only we can raise the building. The same thing only here also, if we want to put a tree-based model data analysis means like mathematical modeling or biological modeling means we need the decision tree first of all. Then only we can construct the database, algorithms or pictures or graphs or whatever it is, it's perfectly. Random forest and ensemble method which build mathematical decision trees in parallel. Okay, ensemble. What is mean by ensemble? Ensemble means there is a group of musicians or dancers or actors who perform together. Like maybe they are in the group. They are the musician teams, but they are together for several years. They are giving the programs. The same way only ensemble. What is mean by ensemble method? Ensemble method means meta algorithm that combines several machine learning techniques into one predictive model in order to reduce variance, bias, or improve predictions. That means the group of machines learning, maybe group of disorders. Group of disorders means in like malnutrition. What is malnutrition? What are the factors, affected factors? What are the causes? What are the treatment? How to calculate? How to identify the malnutrition? These are the group of machines or group of items. In that one, we have to identify very nicely. Then only we can be able to construct the database properly. Otherwise, if you are not able to construct the database not accurately. What is decision tree? A decision tree is a support tool that uses tree model for decision. Okay, it is the way to display of algorithm that only continue the conditional and control statement. Okay, there are types of decision tree. There are two types of decision tree: categorical variable decision tree and continuous variable decision tree. What is categorical variable decision tree? Categorical variable decision tree, there is a chance. There is two types only yes or no. Okay, yes or no means in that data collection tool, we can make it. Like example, COVID-19 positive or negative, that is yes or no. Okay, if positive means we can give the choice, yes. If negative means no. Like that, there is a two choice that is considered as a categorical variable decision tree. Continuous variable decision tree. Continuous variable decision tree, that is the example for age. Age means the target variable, and the decision tree looks at various splits and calculates the weighted variance of each. That means in case if you are taking the sample in one group of sample, minimum 100% or 50% or 25% means the age difference will be there. That one we want to identify. Okay, random forestry. Random forestry supervised learning algorithm. The general idea of the bagging method is that the combination of learning method increase the overall but simply random forest build multiple decision trees merged together to get accurate and steady predictions. Gradient boosting tree. Gradient boosting tree is a machine learning technique or regression and classification problems. Already I told regression means numerical values, classification means categorical values. Based on that one, we have to predict the models. So how to apply, how to calculate, how to enter the data, everything. Next, my presenter, Professor Mohammed, will explain in detailed manner, because I am not familiar with the calculations. I am not a mathematical department. I am from nursing department. Somewhat I explained. If anything mistake means, please forgive me. And I'm sorry for that one, for the the internet interruptions, everything. Anyway, thank you for me to watching this seminar. Yeah, next, if there is a program, please give me the chance once again. I will improve my knowledge. Thank you. Thank you once again for all the students and teachers, those who are watching the programs. Sir?
Thank you, ma'am, for such a remarkable and flawless speech. Thank you, ma'am.
They will talk something and then we will come out. We will ask her whether she can start or any break.
Ma'am, no break is there, 15 minutes.
Now it's late, man. That's why they.
Ma'am?
Already late, sir. 1 hour later.
Sir?
They are not coming.
He is also mute.
Mute, they will on.
Okay, leave it. But don't you?
நீங்க உங்க லேப்ல ஆன் பண்ணுங்க.
ஓகே, அங்க எடுத்தாத நான் பண்ண முடியும். நான் வெட்டி தரவா?
அதுல ஆன் பண்ணுங்க இதுல.
Audience, Kannan sir.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Sir, madam முடிச்சிட்டாங்க. What of thanks. What of thanks.
இல்லைங்க சார், செஷன் கன்க்ளூட் பண்ணுவாங்க. எந்த பொண்ணுன்னு கேட்டுறலாமா? யாருமா? விமலா?
டவுட்ஸ் இருக்கா யாருக்காவது?
மாலதி?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, மேடமோட செஷன் பிரீஃப் பண்ணுங்கம்மா.
யாருக்கா டவுட் இருக்காப்பா?
மாலதி, மேடம் செஷன் பண்ணுங்கம்மா.
Okay. Thanking is our responsibility. Now, I'm here to present the vote of thanks for this session. I would like to thank our guest, Madam Tamarai Thangam, for accepting our invitation and enlightening us with their knowledge. Nothing in this world can be created without knowledge.
More busy. Don't talk 1 hour.
Without knowledge of mathematics. Like that madam told us, there is lot of connections between mathematics and nursing. Absolutely. Mathematics plays an important role in all fields. Madam briefly defined about the primary causes and secondary causes. It was very informative. And also she told us about the impact of malnutrition and types of malnutrition. It was very interesting. Apart from mathematics, we learned a lot of things about malnutrition from this wonderful lecture. It reveals some interesting facts. This lecture will definitely help us in our studies and future. Once again, I would like to thank Thomarai Thangam ma'am for taking out time from that busy schedule and supporting us with the knowledge. The next session will be conducted on 11:45 to 12:45 p.m. with Professor A.N. Mohammed sir as a speaker on the topic of graph theory acts as a major role in mathematics and engineering applications. Once again, I thank all of our participants to make this session successful. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, we continue the session, sir.
ஒன்னும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்ல மேடம், கண்டினியூ பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
பண்ணிக்கலாங்களா சார்? 32 ஆயிடுச்சு. சார் இன்ட்ரோ듀ce பண்ணீங்கன்னா 45 க்கு வந்துருவாரு. இல்ல பிரேக் விட்டு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணலாங்களா?
ஒரு யாரும் வெளியில போயிட வேண்டாம், ஒரு 5 மினிட்ஸ் கழிச்சு ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம்.
ஓகே சார், தேங்க் யூ சார், தேங்க் யூ சார். தாமரை மேம், தேங்க் யூ வெரி மச்.
போயிட்டாங்களான்னு தெரியல.
சரிங்க சார், நம்ம அடுத்த செஷன் வரும் 40 க்கு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாங்க சார். ஷார்ப்பா 11:40 க்கு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஓகே சார். கண்ணன் நீ தனுப்புனது எதெல்லாம் பெண்டிங் வச்சிருக்கலாம். ஆமா சாமி. அது கொஞ்சம் கேட்டு சொல்லிருமா அங்க இருக்கிறதுனால. ஆமா, வேற என்ன பெயிண்டிங் இருக்குன்னு பார்த்துட்டாங்க.
நம்ம ரெடி ஆயிட்டா தான் அடுத்தது போக முடியும். மேடம் வந்துருவாங்க. அவரு கண்ணன் சார்.
சார்
முகமது சார் உள்ள வந்தோடனே சொல்லுங்க, நான் இன்ட்ரடக்ஷன் ஆரம்பிச்சிடுறேன்.
கண்டிப்பா சார், கண்டிப்பா சார்.
நம்ம டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் கண்டக்ட் பண்ண ஆன்லைன் ப்ரோக்ராம் எல்லாம் எதுல இருக்குன்னா உங்களோட
கண்ணன் சார் வந்துட்டாரு. Kannan sir. Kannan sir.
Sir, yes sir, yes sir.
சார் வந்துட்டாரு, ஒரு வீடியோ போட்ட உடனே சொல்லுங்க, நான் ஆரம்பிச்சிருவேன். நேரத்துல சொல்லிட்டேன்.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. First,
Sir,
I want to tell.
Yes, sir.
I am not starting. I want to tell 2 minutes regarding about your Honorable Vice President, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vaidehi Madam, Vaidehi Vijay Kumar Madam, and respected Registrar Dr. Hilda Devi Madam, and Controller of Examiner Paul Mary Madam, and organizer and department head and notable person Dr. Puvaneshwari Madam, head of the department also. Secretaries, I saw that Dr. Vimala, Dr. Jayasuri, and also my dearest friend and well-known organizing secretary. He only requested me to attend this webinar, the great Dr. Sole Raj, and all remaining participants and researchers, students in other Mother Teresa Women's University employees and all are. Thank you for. Now I start my program.
First, introduce yourself, sir.
You or me?
Myself, sir. My.
Okay.
Sir, student, sir. Please wait. Sir, you introduce pannunga, sir.
Yes. I am introducing now Professor A.N. Muhammad, sir. Bulhara University, Ethiopia. Sir has total 25 years experience in engineering mathematics and mathematical modeling. First, Sir is a panel lecturer, lecturing engineering mathematics and maintains some teaching work in Polytechnic at Sri Lanka Technical College, Faculty of Engineering, Colombo, at Sri Lanka. From 3rd May 1991 to 30 August 98, senior teacher. Especially he teaching mathematics for senior secondary higher secondary school and prepare criteria, secondary education certificate examination book, teaching team and leader team for the curriculum team in the Ministry of Education, Ethiopia. This is appointed by Ministry of Education, State of Ethiopia. From July 99 to July 2006, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Science and Engineering, Asmara University, Ethiopia, lecturer and undergraduate, graduate mathematics, engineering mathematics, financial mathematics, etc. From September 2006 to July 2012, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, Havarasana University, Ethiopia, teaching graduate, start, Norwegian program, MASTSMO, mathematical starting model for MSc students. Now he is the in charge for starting PhD program in the university with the help of NTNU, Norway, published many international papers, national papers, and helped all faculty, especially local faculty and Hausana University, article published in Scopus Index Journal only for their activity to do the community service in Shadamara region with the proper fund getted by the government side. Giving training for staff also to learn many software programs like as MATLAB, Autovina, R software, etc. From November 2006 to January 2020, teaching graduates also start program for mathematical modeling, advancing PhD candidate, even MS student thesis prepare for the level of PhD thesis, published many papers individually and jointly with the local staff and local student. And one more very important point is, Sir is the editorial member for Elizabeth, Springer. They are very important journals Please note the point. All professor and students. He is a executive editor member in Elsevier Journal, Springer Journal, IEEE, IJSPR, IJRAR, WWS, PMS, and etc. By your kind information, Sargav, editor or member in various journals other than this. Right, Sar is employed by Darbina Barkhan University, Faculty of Mathematics at Ethiopia. Now, from February 2020 till date, professor, the same department, teaching MSc, differential equation, mathematical modeling, algebra, numerical, etc. Probability theory. Helping also in those days to publish paper for mathematics, geography, biology, chemistry, physics, social science, agricultural science, or local staff for the promotion of higher studies. And the papers are published in only. That is very important. Already he got international collaboration work with the government university in India. Now he tried to European, American university collaboration. Sponsored books also given, many canned copy, hard copy, improved all the material published by him from various status. Now, date April 2010 to 11, SAR has to do in PDF. Is the title awarded PDF in mathematical modeling under the project differential equation algebra. Organizer or training center, New Age International Science and Technology University, Shibera, Melbourne, Italy. So he is an international famous man in mathematical modeling. Title of qualification awarded already, other than mathematical teaching, PhD in mathematical modeling, Melbourne University, Melbourne, Italy. Achieved international reward also. Cargo many projects, trained software courses, attended international conferences, many articles, prepare books for graduate up to PhD level. Skill development. Towards the skill development, Sarga worked with different teams in different countries throughout the globe for many relevant work, especially to improve mathematical models and technical models from engineering knowledge and develop the society and the students worldwide. Good communication skill developed to is achieve participant in many famous organizations in mathematics worldwide, as well as many international clubs and groups. Good team spirit, leadership development while SAR working, implementation of research projects in Havasana. Deborah Dasan University, he is working now and helped future also for PhD work. Very good leadership, skill development, touring his profession. He is working very good knowledge in MATLAB. He developed a curriculum development for mathematical field, other field, published more than 35 national papers and 120 plus international papers in only Scopus. So, such a great mathematician in front of you in the application area. Please utilize his talk and do the work in future candidates. Thank you. Thank you all. I am very happy to introduce you. Madam. Madam, I finalized.
Professor, welcome you, Professor. Kindly start your session, Professor.
Okay. Again, so once again, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Professor.
My title is Graph Theory Act as a Major Role, especially in mathematics and engineering applications. First of all, I want to talk about this. Why we need graphs and graph theory in the modern world. That means I have the many points because of nowadays everyone needs phone, like as a normal phone, Android phone, iPad, tablets, etc. Most of the countries who have own satellites connection to distribute network to their own people through government or any private sectors like Geo in our country, Airtel, Aerofix, many things you know very well. In the current living style, most of the countries use transportation by car, bus, trucks, trains, ships, even aeroplane. In future, maybe we will use rocket also to go Mars and others. And the third one is all government sectors, semi-government organization, and private company or factory, academic-wise, like universities means colleges, high school, elementary school, even kindergarten, they need employees to fill their work and complete their target. This time, Bhuvaneswari madam known very well regarding how to assign the lecturer to teach in Mother Teresa Women's University. Another, thermal heat flow in pipe, electric connection in houses, villages, even city vises, cable connection, satellite connection from this TV network organization to utilize their maximum effort in their work. And also the worldwide, you know very well, India, most of the people like cricket. In European country, they like football. In African country, they like football, like the football, cricket, hockey, and any other sports program need perfect flow chart to do their scheduled program of playing. To solve, this is very important for to solve famous traveling salesman problem, coloring map in world global spherical ball shape or plain plan chart with 4 different or more coloring. Like this, above practical demands problem can be easily solved with negligible error, because error must become negligible error to fulfill and reach their target by using graph theory. Now, what do you need a graph? Same like I want to ask you, what is the graph? In the beginning, they give some, I don't want to bore you. That is a definition, a collection of vertices or nodes or point with the collection of edges and loops form a graph denoted by capital G bracket V comma E, where G is sorry, here the mistake, I'm sorry. V is number of vertices and E is number of edges. The terms vertex and edges arise from solid geometry. This definition starting from engineering only, solid geometry. From the definition, we can develop, these are all undergraduate master degree students know, simple graph, multiple graph, without or with loops, quantized relations, subgraphs, 5-part graphs, and graphs scheduling and graphs coloring, chromatic numbers, weighted graphs, coloring, and another way, walk, path, trees, forest. Previously, Madam Tangam also speaking about that, connected graph, etc. These are all fundamental concepts we can easily learn from any fundamental graph theory books. Many books are available. Connection between graph theory and other mathematical and scientifically, like as physics, chemistry, biology, social science, mathematical and biological modeling, finite element methods, even history, geography also, GIS is there, etc. In our presentation, due to the lack of time, because 1 hour, maximum 1 hour, 15 minutes, Solai sir told me, the time is consuming. I choose only 2 of them because due to lack of time. In this lecturing, I divided my lecturing to 2 parts. One is in the mathematical way, vector, graph theory, and no trust. This also, sorry, my dear, something happened for the typing error. I give always my work to others. When I saw only, I found the mistake. I'm sorry. Trees in graph theory, not trust. Spanning tree, etc. The first one will help to develop biological DNA and RNA process. Nowadays, all medical field, they must need, especially even in Thoothukudi, in Tamil Nadu, marine technology, and another one is biological medical technology in near Vellore, VIT, and many in our India surrounding, especially in Tamil Nadu, they need for the graph theory to implement it in medical sciences and health sciences, like malnutrition child, the previous presentation you saw it. Not only that, many things. The second one will arise to develop, prepare smart cities. This is our Honorable Prime Minister Modi future mission and vision to develop more smart cities, the whole India, especially Chennai, Mumbai, everything. But I choose only 2 cities description only. Now for this connection, we need the following basic idea. Without any basic idea, we can't do lecturing to anything. So I give something, the degree vector D of G of a simple graph G is the sequence of degree of its vertices arranged in non-increasing order. Put it in your mind, the student and researchers, non-increasing order. In that time, a vector V is called a graphical vector if there exists a simple graph such that V is the degree vector of the graph. This Hakimi-Havel concept, a famous mathematician and also is a best physician, and also he is a friend of, you know very well, the electric power, Thomas Alva Edison, dearest friend also, this man, according to his pipolography of the history. He give that definition, let V as the kth n-tube, that means D1, D2, blah, 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 be non-increasing vector of K, where K is at least 2 non-negative integers. It is non-negative integers. Previously, we are taking a real positive number like that. Here, non-negative integers such that no component T suffix J exceed K minus 1. See, my dear, we are taking non-increasing vector of K and component not exceed more than K minus 1. That is main idea. Then let V dash. Don't think it is not a derivative. Immediately our mathematical student, because it is a department of mathematics, applied mathematics program, don't think V dash is not a differentiation, not a derivative. V dash be the vector obtained from V by deleting T1 and subtracting from each of the next T1 and component of V. Then let V1 be is another non-increasing vector obtaining from V dash by rearranging component if necessary. Then it is a graphical vector if and only if V suffix 1 is a graphical vector. Now, from those definition, I want to give simple example. If it is in the board and the others mean, I can explain nicely. Anyhow, webinar, I want to explain to you because student always thinking, if I told one definition, I know very well. Immediately, oh, very bored. Like that, they will think. That is why I want to give now one small example for you. Consider a vector V. It has a 7 components. Please put it in your mind. That means like a R to the power of 7. We know very well. R3 spaces, R1 is a line, R2 is a plane. Like that, here they take 8 component vectors. V equal 5, 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, like that. In that, you check any element not exceed 7 because the starting element also 5. Think it. Then delete the first component to 5. Remove that. From that 8th component, you remove 5, remaining in your hand 7 component. That 7 component, you choose first 5 only. So remaining 2 also in your place available, like a data bank. So the first 5, after removing 5, first 5 component, you must delete 1. Then your V dash will come. You see, 5 removed. Then 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, I want to take. The last 3, 2 must come. From the 4, delete 1, 3. From the 3, delete 1, 2. Another 3, delete 1, 2. Like that, this is. By rearranging the component of V1, this is also again non-increasing vector. Now, I choose another vector V suffix 1 because we already we take before V slash, now V suffix 1. Here our vector is 7 component only because already we remove the first component. According to the Hawkins, simply I told HKC concept, V is a graphical vector if and only if V suffix 1 is also graphical vector. Proceeding like this, further we see next iteration, V2. Here also it is a graphical vector. V3, it is also a graphical vector. You see, very nice graph theory. If a proper person like Dr. Soleraj, everyone, I know many people, those who are explained, it is very nice. Then even Mother Teresa also, somebody's give the presentation, I saw it in the graph theory. Then we take V3 is a graphical vector, if and only if V4. It is again a graphical vector, proceeding like that. Finally, we got a 0 vector. That is a point. V5 is 3 component, 0, 0, 0. In that, it is a simple graph of order 3. Put it in your mind, there is no edges, even though it is a graphical vector. So the given vector is also graphical vector. Using HK curve concept, it is possible to test whether an arbitrary vector with integer component, put it in your mind, not fraction, irrational number, not decimal number. Integer components is a graphical vector as outlined in the following algorithm. Algorithm is very important. Then only we can do it. Nowadays we are using computer. So we need algorithm properly. Here, first we put the step 1. Initializing the current vector V. V is already, I told you with the example, 7 component. Like that. Step 2, if the current vector has K component, then it must be not exceeds K1, K minus 1. So it must be go to the step 5. Otherwise, it must go to the step 2. Then step 3. If the current vector has a negative component, go to step last 8. Otherwise, go to step 3 because same as in the place or go to step 8. Then 0 vector. 0 vector means the program will be stopped. That is the last step. Step 4, if the current vector is a 0 vector, again go to the step 6. Otherwise, go to the step 4. Same as in the step 3 previous idea. Then step 5, it is tells us iteration rearranging the component of the current vector so that it becomes non-increasing with D suffix 1 as the first component. Delete D1 from the rearranged vector and subtract 1 from each of the next D suffix 1 component of rearranged vector. The vector thus constructed is to the updated current vector. Go to step 1. Now step 6. Input vector. Suppose it is not a graphical vector. Directly it will go to the step 7. Step 7 tells us the input vector is graphical mean go to the step 6. That means stop. Otherwise the program will be continued. Here very important notes, the 0 vector of step 3 with the K component is graphical since it is the degree vector of simple graph with the K vertices and also no edges. This is another example I give according to the algorithm. Simply I give for iteration. I don't want to bore you. You see the slides. Iteration 1 tells us we have 7 components. It will come out, the result V1 has 6 components. Again, iteration 2 tells us we have 6 components and another V1. Why, professor, you give V1, V1, V1 is the same, V is the same, it is called algorithm process. For the computer, it don't know, when you give the software or in any program, it will not tell V2, V3 or something. It is a routine loop work. That is why it is a 5th component. Again, 3rd iteration tells us 4th component. 5th iteration tells us 3 component. Final iteration of 5 tells us 0, 0. That means 0 vectors component, even though it is a graphical vector. That is our previous algorithm. Now, how to find the size of any or regular P, Q graphs? In that case, we have one small formula, not like a big one. Q equal P times R divided by 2, where R is regular, P is vertices. Always we are using V, E. You remember that. But here, P is vertices, Q is a positive integer. That is the main point. The result must be positive integer, not a fraction or anything. Here also I give simple example. Any 3 regular graphs with 14 vertices, X is possible or not. Another one, suppose if you change vertices are 17 means what will happen? That is your idea. When you substitute 14 vertices, the same formula Q equal to P times R divided by 2, automatically it will give the whole number 21. 21, you know very well, it is a positive and also integer. Therefore, accepted a regular 3 regular graph on 14 vertices, it must exist. Suppose the vertices are 17 means we got the result 51 over 22. It is a quotient. That means a rational number. Otherwise, you will get the decimal value. So it is not a positive integer. Therefore, 3 regular graphs on 17 vertices does not exist. These are our mathematical example for your fundamental warming up. Suppose a sportsman want to run means first he raise the hand and he raise the leg, blah, blah, everything. Then only he ready to 100-meter run like Usain Bolt or 1000-meter run or marathon like Ethiopian peoples are always got gold medal in marathon like that. And now everyone must ready to our mathematical modelings due to vectorial graph over. We want to enter to our real life example using vector graphs with the help of the first presentation, trees and connected graphs. Now, number example 1, the study of DNA sequences is the most important issue in biology science. And there are lot of contribution on DNA analysis and computation from mathematical and algorithmic point of view. Excuse me, please see my slide. Like yesterday, I really admired a professor in Kashmir. He also give the loop line. You check. When you touch from where these are all available, you can verify your future results. That is why I give all proper net connection from here. You see, Soyev is an Iranian professor in Iran University. 2017 ETL, just 3 years before. The connections are there. Purneshwar madam, please note that you must help your research student such that. Please. The presentation must be helping of women's, that means Mother Teresa Women's University means I will be happy about that. Then another one pointed out the Hartree-Fock exchange percentage. This is also new for our student. If they go Google, what is Hartree Fock exchange percentage? Simply typing, the matter will come. Percentage of density functional has key factor in getting the structure electronic properties. Another one, the notable future sequence platform based on mathematics framework and it working mechanism has some characteristics such as, you know very well, if you are known in operation research, these are all will come. Optimizing cost, implement, and sensitive analysis, and different parameters. Then, that is another one definition recording demography. Demography and reproductive success and by means of collision theory. That's also important to compute mitochondrial DNA sequence from Japanese sardine. If you want to more, check this NEVA ETAL and CON ETAL. And again, can't give that. And Samina and CON also joining together, they give this. And now the DNA storage channel and model the real process considering profile vectors. They raised new asymmetric coding tricks to compact the effects of sequencing noise and synthesis and asymptotic analysis of the number of profile vectors was also presented at last. Two families of codes for this channel model were constructed. My dear follower and watching these people, please note that the noises means, suppose if you done your function or your data and with the help of the DNA storage using demography or mitochondrial DNA sequence processing at the time in your laptop, zing, the noise will come. That is called, it is a noise. Sometimes the noise is, according to mathematics, we are telling it is a disturbance. In the, if you know the differential equation and other, we are telling perturbation, equilibrium point, stability, blah, blah. Now I will go to the third idea to effectively store, that is called FASTQ files. What is this FASTQ file? This also Google will give the answer for you. Raised by big DNA sequences determined as specialized compressor designers. Then ionization, the ionization potential with the single and double excitations was estimated by means of equation of motion coupled classic trick, and VIA is estimated in terms of density functional theory. Every place I put different idea for you. This presentation will help to develop your thesis, to prepare your article. You can use density functional theory, means one article will come like that. Another, a study on how to build independent spanning trees on hypercubes and how to use them to predict mitochondrial DNA sequence parts through parts on the hypercube. This also D. Silva is a professor in Sri Lanka University, and Bedrin is, I think, New Zealand, I think. D. Silva, I know very well. Da Silva, that is, sorry, Da Silva, I know very well. His paper is published in 2016. And alignment-free technology for DNA sequence similarity analysis based on our concept coming. Please note that graph theory concept and genetic codes will be applicable for DNA sequences. The new approach to test the DNA sequence using optical joints, that is mathematics now, for Fourier transformation. It also will help to counting the DNA. Now theoretical study the transverse electron transport through all 4 DNA nucleotides based by the electron propagator theory. In this slide, please note that I give equation of motion. I give the density functional theory. I give graph theory concept and genetic codes. And I also told Fourier transformation. And I also told the last electron propagator theory. So now you have the 5 chances to develop your research. Now I give the some basic definition already given in our lecturing. I want to arrange this important mass processing error. If k greater than 2 or equal to 2 be an integer. You remember HK concept, positive integer. 2 also positive integer. Don't forget, continuity is important in the presentation. The DNA graph is defined by Wong. 2008 already he gave the nice definition. And it said the simply word, according to the graph theory, it is a directed graph. Directed graph. Now, the mass processing error also consider a D, it is V of D, comma E of D. It is familiar of you. What is V? Vertices. What is E? It is a edges. From that label, mass processing error, it contains K component, like X1, X2, X3 up to Xk means in Rk. Here, L1x, L2x up to Xk of length, K to each vertices. That is called mass processing error when the element X must be in the vertices set. As follows, it has 3 errors. Simple one, LIX is belong to the set of ACTG, and at that time, the I is suffixed to positive integer up to 1 to K. That is a first processing, mass processing error. The same thing if LIX to X and another L1Y, you take X and Y in our real analysis or in the quadratic geometry or coordinate cases. In that case, the first K component of X not equal to second K component of Y. Why? If the mass processing error X not equal to Y in that case. Another case, both components, L1XK component, LYK minus component must be equal. Put it in your mind, my dear. Here I had given K, but here I given K minus 1. How? N component will be equal to N minus 1 component. How it is possible? You can ask it me. That is the idea of HK concept. It tells if you the reducing vector graph theory, in that situation, 7 components are reduced to 6 components. That 6 component also become a, that is, you know very well, does become again graphical vector. That is why we are using this. Now, oligonucleotides. This is the oligio software also in India available. It is mainly used for biology faculty. I am also familiar with that. For a multiset consists of oligio software. Here, oligonucleotides. Here, length is K. DNA graph can be constructed for according to our error. Error K minus 1 and mass processing error K minus 1, blah, blah, blah. That is a simply reading I don't like. Like that, we prepare another 2 types. Several contribution on DNA graph and DNA mathematical expressions are available in these all articles. That only important for my researcher, my student, even all staffs. One RM and blah blah. You check you will get the hard copy from your university. Now I want to go to the biological network. What is the networks are? System analysis network, cable network, electrical network. What is this biological network? We will see. The main task of microorganism science is to study the viruses, protozoa, bacteria, Eugulina, Opalinia, fungi, paramecium, and amoeba. These are all I give less. because it is all our biological oriented name. All living organism consists of cells, which are basic structure of life and can be expressed as vertex in the graph model. You see, a small cell expressed as a vertex in our graph theory as an important biology computation model or biological network are used to tool with the biology problem positive real numbers, no negative, because you never tell a person have -2 meter height. Is this possible? You think it. No one have -2 meter height. Even -2 feet also nothing. But 2 feet, 5 feet, like that. Same things, positive real number. That is for all x must belongs to positive real number. Previously, we are learning HK concept, positive integer. Now, it accepted positive real number. So decimal acceptable, rational acceptable, irrational acceptable. Put it in your mind. Several degree based or distance based topological indices like YNR index, atom bond connectivity index, harmonic index, some connectivity index, and others are defined to test the chemical, physical, parametrical, and biological property. These index will come in the coming slides. Furthermore, there are some mentioned able work on distance based and referred. Here also I give more reference. Now, sorry, the distance. This is very well. In mathematically, we tell in the topology or in the function spaces, even functional analysis, distance is nothing but absolute value of, like that. But here, the distance d comma uv between two vertices u and v in a connected graph is denoted as the length of shortest path between them. For any vertexes v of the full of v of g, the eccentricity of v is defined as eccentricity of v is maximum distance of v of u such that u belongs to vg. In the meantime, there are many indexes are available. Previously, I told you they are coming with the definition. Now, one is Grobani and Koki. In the 2000 ETAL, they are introducing fourth geometric arithmetic eccentrics index. This also very easy formula. Sum of product of UV, it must be belongs to the all edges graph. Then eccentricity V of eccentricity V plus, that is formula. Simple formula, it is A plus B whole squared formula like that. Then second index is fourth Jacob index. This also who defined, I told you. Then this formula will tell us removing V and the power of 2. That's all. That is called fourth Jacob index. Then in its multiplicative version, named fourth multiplicative Jacob index, it is stated a formula. Another one, 6 Jacob index. Then multiplicative version named as 6 multiplicative Jacob index is redefined also like that. Correspondingly, fourth Jacob polynomial. First one is multiplicative geography. This is fourth Jacob polynomial and the sixth Jacob polynomial. They are also defined properly. I don't want, again I tell you, I don't want to read it. Motivated to buy. Who introduced the multiplicative version of first atom bond connection index? You see, why I give A, B, C, you know, A for atom, B for bond, C for connectivity index, suffix 5 means the index, first atom bond. Then the formula will come. Here, the traditional tree pattern of tree, which is connected cyclic graph, usually a binary tree. It will come the figure and you will see. Where is composed with vertices, and there are lot of references, a left reference, a right reference, and data element exit. We name the topmost vertex root. There are 3 fields in the vertex of the final tree. Number 1 is to illustrate data are denoted in 1 field. The information of left and right sons of the vertex is located in other 2 fields. The binary tree can meet requirement to be complete binary tree described. This also you can check the, see, this is a figure 1. You see here in that, the first one is the grandfather. You can check it. Yeah, grandfather. Here I am not to mention father and mother only, that 1 vertex. That is V, E, vertices and the edges. From them, they got 2 children, 1 binary tree start. From that 2 children, they also got another 2 children. Like that, the binary trees are developed. Now, the fundamental structure of hypertree K level is easy to be confirmed as a complete binary tree. What is complete binary tree? See your graph theory, any fundamental book. These are all definitions. The root vertex of the tree is marked by label 1 and its root is level 1. If 0 and 1 are added to the labels of the parent vertex separated, we can obtain the labels of left and right children. Now I stop. I want to tell real life example. Suppose a father, mother, it is the topmost, the initial vertices, both have diabetes. According to the science, it told if they have male children or female children, none. Maybe they will not get the children also. If the male children means mother have diabetes, means automatically the binary tree will tells us the son must have diabetes. Whatever he control sugar and everything, put it in your mind. Same thing, a father has diabetes, son will not affect. Daughter only will affect. You see how the real life world God created. Because you are in Mother Teresa University. Think it. If son is a sinned person, father is not a sinned man. You know the example of Noah and Noah's son. Noah is a great messenger, but his son is #1 culprit. Like that. Then, if 0 and 1 are added to the labels of parent vertexes separated, we can obtain the labels of left and right children. Then we can denote the children of vertex X into 2X and 2X plus 1. Then, moreover, other links of hypertree are horizontal when the label difference of vertices is 2i minus 2. The 2 vertices which share the same level of 3 are joining. As a result, we added another one will come, splint edges. This is also one of the fundamental definition. Splint edges, like eyes, we are close and that also one mathematical thing. This is sibling edges between left and right children of the same parent vertex. We will get to the first root sibling tree, STK1. This also described in, you see the figure 2. See, level 1, level 2, level 2, level 3. Here, the parent, that means the first one vertices, from that it came like that. This is called one-rooted sibling tree network. We have another definition also available. We can also obtain the X tree of K, whose structure is described in figure 3. This is another from complete binary tree on 2K plus 1 minus 1 vertices of height 2i minus 1, 2 suffix I minus 1, not 2i minus 1, and adding past p suffix I left to right by all the vertices at level I. The I must be integer, positive integer, 1 to k. Now, main results and proof. This section mainly aims to calculate a closed result of electronic related indicates. Electronic indicates. Beside the result of two kinds of eccentric version, you know already I defined Jagraph polynomials for hyperfinite trees and for k-level network, and it also is also aimed to be achieved. Meanwhile, with the purpose to explore the biological properties and activities, this section will borrow the network to biological network. There are numerous micro-living such as bacteria, virus, and or others in our everyday life, which could be a problem of our life. Because a person in the human being, someone are very good, someone are very bad, someone are neutral. Same like the first small things of first cell, first, after only the bird, animal, everyone come. We are sixth sense. The first living cell of factory also, someone are very good, someone are very bad. So good things are to develop our health. The bad bacteria are reduced our health. And in terms of structure of bacteria, they are single celled. And also please note that it is very important for biological students, they know very well. Without true nucleus, the bacteria reproduce quickly and protectively by conducting binary fission. During the process, a parental cell is split into two daughter cells. Sometimes bacteria and virus could be dangerous in our life. I already told you the diabetics matter. For they may cause diseases or make the diseases more serious. With the help of replication, the action of copying, we start the reproduction procedure of viruses. Some diseases like tuberculosis, cholera, typhoid, influenza, even HIV, chickenpox might be fatal if they are not considered nowadays seriously, except HIV. Except HIV, it is not seriously. We have vaccination. And in the process, it is the infected person that serves as the media to express the disease. For example, a person who gets cold and fever, put it in your mind, COVID-19 also. That is the latest one. We are afraid. More countries are afraid about that. Will spread to the bacteria and viruses, because in the politically they are telling artificial bacteria and blah blah blah. That is we don't want. Will spread to the bacteria and viruses whenever they got touch with the other people. Touching to touching enough. COVID-19 will attack you because you must maintain the distance. Like I mentioned here, COVID-19 protecting rules away from infected person. They can spread by sneezing also. Enough. It will produce. For touching also before. Shaking the hands also. Nowadays they follow throughout the world our Indian procedure. Namaste. Even American Prime Minister also, European Prime Minister also talk like this. You see how our grandfather culture now entered to the whole country. Imagine it. We must be proud about we are Indian. Usually, the body fluids play a necessary role in transferring bacteria and viruses among people. We can record the hypertree network as a hypertree biological network. Hence, the parental vertex is considered as the ill person, the parent vertex, who carries bacteria and viruses, which is shown in figure 4. Oh, come, sorry, interrupted. No, not to finish. Online, but here interruption. Sorry for the interruption. I need a 33rd speaker. Go down. Immediately. Oh my God. Yeah. Excuse me, it is visible? Sola sir?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Because some Kara, you know, we are in Ethiopia. நீங்க தமிழ்ல பார்த்திருப்பீங்க, இருண்ட கண்டம் ஆப்பிரிக்காவில் நாங்கள் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம்.
நெட்வொர்க் ப்ராப்ளம் ஆயிட்டே இருக்கும்.
Yeah, that is why we are in இருண்ட கண்டம். இருண்ட கண்டம் ஆப்பிரிக்காவில் நாங்கள் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். ஏதோ அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்றோம். Now okay. Hence, figure 4, we will see later. The bacteria reproduce quickly and protectively by conducting binary fission, 1-to-1, 1-to-1. You see, my dear, everyone born single. Put it in your mind, everyone, including me, Dr. Soleraj, your Vice Chancellor, everyone would born singly, not to twin baby. I am not telling single one, but they produce with the 2-1. Without a married, they will not get a genetic tree. Put it in your mind. Same like a bacteria will do it here. So there is interaction and communication with the help to increase the disease level. Maybe one patient is weaker than another, one for his immunological deficiency, which around to the increase in this kind of disease. What we practice in really to deal with the problem is to take anti-infection medicine. Suppose if you have wounding, simply we are telling, take amoxicillin, antibiotic medicine. Even Dr. Tangam always give me medicine for me because of my age. In the flow, we obtain a close result of eccentric relator, indices and polynomials for hypertree K level, which is presented in figure. See, this is a previous figure. This is, I am not to put to vertices. See the graph. I put a human being as a vertices. That is why I give the symbol. It is a human being. Parental, it binary, it came. Then it go another binary. Then it is all hypertribological network come. Like our electrical circuit. Check the graph carefully. And then this is called K-level graph. You see, suppose a cardiac person, put it in the scanning machine to check her heart pulse means like this pulse will come. If the pulse come, he is alive. If the pulse is a straight line, he will die. So K-level hypertree network not only help biological way, for your real life also. And now I give the definition. Professor, definition come, don't think. It is I give very small. That delta is minimum of eccentricity of V. V belongs to V of G, vertical set, and delta is maximum. The same definition. The edge set EG, vertex set capital VG can be classed into the two subjects. One is delta less than or equal to I, less than or equal to delta. Then this suffix V, you can take one idea. For another, the delta is less than or equal to I, it divided. J less than or equal to D, that is a second concept. Now concept 1 is start. Consider any hypertree network, and it is a K-level hypertree network. Then this hypertree network will become either go to the first one, geometric, arithmetic, fourth intax, and geograph, fourth intax of. Intax is here concept 1. We want to prove. Proof, please, you can see in the slide. Every line, only I will tell you. We prove the result based on not like this structure analysis and edge dividing technology. You must take necessary things from your instructors, your lecturer, your assistant professor, even Dr. Josole Raj. What is the structural analysis? He expert. He published around 30 journals in structural analysis. I know him. And edge dividing technology, no problem. Graphical theory. Now another, by analyzing the structure, this is also HTK, hyper tree of K. Simply I am not to put HT of K. Hyper tree of K, and compute the distance from vertices. Its edge set is, you know very well, edge hyper tree of K can be divided into 3 partitions according to the eccentricity of associate vertices. This also E suffix of P of P, one formula. E suffix of P of comma P plus 1, another formula. E suffix of P plus 1 comma P plus 1, another formula. From the definitions of eccentric version, indices, we get all result easily by simply mathematical calculation. That is why graph theory important. Put it in your mind. Simple calculations, thus the desired results are obtained. Now, in our one word, due to people's society activity, the infected disease could spread among people directly or indirectly. How directly or indirectly? Like a COVID-19, if you are not to maintain the distance, if you are not to maintain the proper rule of covering mask, proper ruling of the covering mask like this, because this is we have here like this, we have. Only for the presentation I remove. When I go outside, I must wear proper covering of mask. Direct affection will be not to come to you, but indirect means another one thing. Someone before 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 1 hour before, he split the saliva in the road. If you not to wear the shoe or something, you touch that, indirectly will come. Then we can record the parental vectors of X3 network as the victim, and it will spread the bacteria and viruses among people through the contact with others in, cancel it, please, in hyper 3 biological network. Already I told you, one of my colleagues only helped me. I forget to remove the mistake. We can see that there is a strong relationship among the whole infected person at each level, extreme in biological network, while is represented in the figure 6. This also you can check in the Google. Another comes, sir. Okay. Sir, come. No, I did confuse. Yeah. So this is the graph of that. Previously, you are learning the parental vertices. That means affected patient. He will give, spread the disease for 2 people. And again, the one person will give, you see the one group of file in the binary, 2, 2, 4, 6. One person give affecting for 6. So one parental person will give 2 groups plus 7 people are affected. That is why X3 biological network, not only this, maybe it will be spread out to more. We don't know. That is why I give X3. Then from the definition of eccentric version indices, we get all result easily by simple mathematical calculation. We yield the expected conclusion. In this lecturing, we discuss the theoretical topic in some biology problems and finally determine the eccentric topological indices of biological network in view of structural analysis, distance calculating, and mathematical derivation. Since the biological network can help the researchers better understand how infectious diseases fast increase through infected person. The theoretical result have the wide and promising application prospecting in biological, medical, and pharmacy engineering. The following topics can be considered as the for future research work. Even Dr. Solaraj asked me, please send PPT for further research. So you check this. How do structure a kind of graph to express the microstructure under more biology problem? Please note that still now papers are not published microstructure. Design an algorithm with low computational complexity and express the complex DNA gene structure and apply in gene mutation. How to put the known theoretical result into biological reverse engineering idea. Now I explain how the graph theory help to prepare or forming real smart city in any country. I think I finished one biological modeling. Audience are maybe don't angry with me because I have two parts. They give me 1 hour, 15 minutes. Now my part is completely India oriented. Previously, I had given biological modeling. This is called to develop or prepare or forming a real smart city in any country, especially in India. Most of the main cities are selected to form a smart city like Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai. I don't know, think Ooty is Queen of Hills, but Kodaikanal, I have no idea about that, but it is also very good tourist place for enjoying the summer holidays. More charts are there. No, Calcutta, Chennai, for the purpose, I create this lecturing. Once again, I start introduction. Sustainable cities, machine to machine, communication, broadband connectivity anywhere, anytime, or big data analytics are terms commonly associated with the digital development towards smart society. As part of this trend, mobile broadband access is an important piece of the puzzle, not only for the connectivity of people, but also of the things. Therefore, the mapping of this type of technologies is not only convenient for understanding how the traditional mobile communicating voice or data from to mobile devices perform by measuring itself real life performance, but also to evaluate the potential use of such technologies for cyber physical systems connectivity in concrete geographic scenarios. Now, here I want to tell you, in the Treyoda Yuga, I think after the Rama Yuga in the Krishna time, he showed his mouth to his mother. The whole universe was seen under his mouth. At that time, we are laughing. Now you check your Android mobile. Everyone watch you, whole the world through Google. So the previous grandfather thoughts, positive thoughts, now applicable in Android mobile. So now I go. This presentation describes part of the work in a project carried out by the region of North Jutland in Denmark. Maybe why you choose Denmark, Professor? You didn't choose Ethiopia. You are working in Ethiopia. You are born in India. Why you didn't choose? Because they are already start to prepare the smart city. Any new researchers choose their own city also. I put it. So with the objective of mapping the coverage and quality of the mobile broadband network of 4 operators to gather the measurement. 1. 2 cars carrying specialized equipment drove around the region area. 2 cars carry the equipment like an announcement. Even Ethiopia, it is available. They will come with one mic. Today, it was a program like that. That equipment device around the region area for 6 months. The main theme of this title is the description of how the driving campaigns were designed. In a nutshell, the idea behind this work and the framework of this lecturing can be summarized in one simple two questions. How do we move from our theoretical formulation to a feasible, applicable solution? Always we are writing theorem, proposition, corollary, aspects, and definition, blah, blah, blah. So how do we move from our theoretical formulation to a feasible, applicable solution? When ideal solving methods cannot be applied to real life problem and having limited resources. I give one example. Suppose you know very well what is the name of chemical weight of water, H2O. If I go any shop, even Ethiopia or India, I give 20, give me one bottle H2O if I am asking. That man known chemistry means he will give you. Most of our shop people are, they don't know. Give me one H2O means he will laugh. What are you asking? What is a H2O? That is why we must apply it to real life problem and having limited resources. That's the point. And then background of the lecturing, that is very important. One of the most convenient way of working with the road path and routing is to treat the road network as a graph. Road network, many people publish their journal. Usually roads and streets are presented in geographical information system. That is called GIS. Even in our Tamil Nadu, the call taxi man have GIS. As for polylines, sets of straight segment defined each by 2 points. These segment points can be considered as the vertices of graph, while the segments would be the edges. You see, my dear, how we are connected with the graph. Vertices, edges. Vertices, edges. How it develop for everything, please, you noted that. By using this approach, it is a fairly simply solved, very well-known problem in logistic optimization, such as calculating the minimum length route connecting several waypoints, also known. That is a famous mathematical problem. The traveling salesman problem. Even it come optimization, operation research in graph theory, everywhere it is come. Like Euler, 3 fridges, 5 fridges, 3 cities, you know that. The nature of this type of logistic problem is of the combinatorial optimization. This is also another new idea. Combinatorial optimization, where the objective is to be optimize routes fulfilling a set of demands and or anything. These are all constraints. So any problem of in optimization, we need one objective function, either maximize or minimize number of constraints with positive constraints, variables, not the constant. Very well-known methods have been successfully used when solving this type of problem. Examples of these methods are evolutionary meta-heuristics algorithm used in where genetic algorithm was used for designing the network flow for business relying on logistic, that is called ant colony algorithm. What is ant colony algorithm? If you see, simply we are seeing ants, but they follow many roads. They will go to the straight line, one by one going. Inside, if you open the ant, they have many colonies are there. That is why it is called ant colony algorithm, was applied for logistic optimization for developing goods and help to areas critically affected by disasters or in were simulated annihilating algorithm. So in this slide, I told 3 algorithms: genetic, anti-colony, simulated annihilating algorithm. Additionally, in some cases, more advanced methods were applied, such as integer linear programming. You know very well linear, this is integer linear programming. Normally, most of these route optimization problems are based on location points where the design of routes rely on covering this concrete location. However, in our lecturing, the problem is different. The objective is to create minimum length road traversing all roads in a given area and implicitly minimize the overlapping factor. Finally, route length, sum of the road's length traversed. Now, my dear audience and scholar researcher, you know very well the Tirukural. Seviki unavu illada podu siridu vaitrukku iyappadum. Now you are in hungry mood, I know very well. Don't angry mood with me. Please, note that. Don't angry mood with me. Angry mood means it is impossible. So put it in your mind. Seviki unavu illada podu siridu vaitrukku iyappadum. So now I give the food for your own ears. The size of the area covered and length of the roads to be traversed assumed as I am choosing only 10,000 kilometers. You can choose many things also. Provides an additional challenge when solving the problem. And combined with the previously mentioned practical constraints of the lecturing, the solving methodology applied is based on divide and conquer approach, which has also been used in similar cases, such as in where single global solving method became unfeasible due to the problem size. More specifically, our method consisted of 2 steps, only 2 steps, presented more in depth. What is number 1? Divide the whole roads into subsets to be covered by car and day. 1 car covering the whole roads a day, solving by clustering analysis. Dr. Soleraj not very well. Bhuvaneshwari madam also background of this clustering analysis. So I think Vimala madam also known very well. Solve each of the subsets individually as isolated problem, which when combined fulfill the objective of driving 100% of the road in the region. This was solved by proposal applied graph theory method. Put it in your mind. Graph theory method. Then the system architecture. The section presents an overview.
Conclude, sir, please.
Okay. I think time is 1 hour over.
1.15.
Sir will continue the information. No, please don't ask him to continue. Sir, please, you go through this, sir.
Thank you. I think in Kashmir professor did 2 hours. I heard yesterday. This section, only you give the lock to Indian professor only. But I am in Ethiopia. The section present. If I have 1 hour, I will get 10,000 rupees here.
You take it.
Thank you, sir. This section, the system is architecture. This section present an overview of the whole system for carrying out of the preparing smart city. Without although this work focus, I don't want to tell this. This is, you see, applied graph theory. It will go to your GS route plan. Then again, it will go again applied graph theory. It is not a flow chart. It is a pictorial chart. Visualization and route, cellular coverage measurement, data processing, and adapted of raw data. This is called the preparing of 2 smart city development only. Now I will give everything. Already I told you, geographic information system, GIS, I give some idea about that. It describes section 4 and all. No need. This is mobile coverage, quality measurement. This you must accurate measure mobile signals requiring rather special equipment to mount it on top of your car. Like that, the TV, everyone in the cinema, they will show any problem come, all live spot, they will come with like this. So third one is data processing. This is in our important work. 3 types of measurement were collected: mobile signal strength, mobile signal quality, and upstream or downstream data throughout. Then we are doing GPS coordinate and blah, blah. This way we are consider the smooth visualization of measure parameter as each presented value is the result of the average of many samples. Now visualization. The result obtained from processing the data was presented in GIS based websites. You see the reference to it is available. The concrete numerical values of measurements were designed into rather broad intervals represented by a palette of colors and pressure the market competition condition among that. The route planning, you can use this goal of driving. These are all I don't want to read. See the slide. Okay. And then preparation. Here, divide and conquer method you must use, approach used to solve the route planning, 10,000 kilometers and divided into 100 clusters. Then we are using each cluster must form a connected graph on its own. In this way, a continuous route can be planned using only the roads planning to one cluster. The second one is the sum of the road within each cluster should not exceed 150 kilometers. Why? Suppose Nagarkoil to Tirunelveli, Tirunelveli to Tiruchi, Tiruchi to Viluppuram, Viluppuram to Chennai. Like that divide. Then this problem of describing control centroids in order to achieve certain predefined objective and fulfilling concrete constraints is well known as the facility location problem. This also you can check in the Google. Then the type of not suited due to the mismatch between their complexity and available resources, having to find a alternative feasible method. The route planning. Here, regardless of the size of the area covered or length of the road, network, creating road essentially equivalent, sorting number of vertices, edges to be visited or traversed. Moreover, when the objective function and constraints are added to the sorting, it becomes a combinatorial optimization problem. A good example for this minimum linear arrangement problem, which is category 2 hard route optimization problem faced in this project, can be defined as follows. Definition, I can't read, you will see the slide, please. Then the method, among all the possibility for solving the route problem, two sets of methods are useful. One is spanning tree based greedy algorithm and evolutionary based algorithm. These two methods is very nice to develop smart city with economically and with low time of cost. Then spanning tree algorithm, I had mentioned calculation of traditional SPCT idea and blah blah. But graph navigation algorithm also important for this greedy algorithm. Then this method provides it has guaranteed 100% load coverage, runtime at the order of seconds, guaranteed to traverse each road segment twice and only twice. That's all. Then finally, measurement consolidation having redundant of going, coming back, like a toll gate, you know very well. If you any car enter, they will give one token, then return back. It is useful like that. Method description. This is very new one, Dickerstra's algorithm. That only in this slide, please use it for the 3 steps. And then all our SPST modification, blah, blah. The graph navigation algorithm also have pseudocode and the traveling salesman problem also used for evaluationary algorithm. That is the important one for this. Then finally, the method provides the following future possibility of improving the solution provided by the SPCT method by obtaining an overlapping factor lower than 2. However, it is not guaranteed to find such a solution within 12 hours. That is why in the beginning I told 1 car a day. Limitation given the requirement of delivering 2 routes per day. Guaranteed 100% road coverage runtime at the order of hours. Shortest path traversing all vertices. This is also by the definition of genetic algorithm using salesman traveling sales problem, and it helps compared to mixing it, applied it in applied graph theory. Then modified route is has graph navigation also included. This is a perfect programming for pseudocode and pseudocode for method B. This is a programming and algorithms performance. Two proposed algorithms were applied to three cluster with different edges, density and plot. The density used as a normalized representation of the size. As previously already mentioned, the genetic algorithm based method is not deterministic, and for each cluster, it was executed for 12 hours. Then the table and the result after solution with lower overlapping factors than 2 was found only for the lowest density cluster. And conclusion, logistic optimization have always been in the scope of graph theory and combinatorial optimization research. In addition, due to explosion in the use of digital data and data communication network, a whole new set of logistic problems to be solved are arising like one presented in this work. These are all the result came to for you. Applied graph theory as a foundation, as a set of practical application allowed us to succeed in the project by implement algorithm which could fulfill the requirements and could be executed within the given time and computational constraints. Finally, lecturing two categories. One is biological DNA category. Second is how to develop the smart city and everything. There is no doubt the graph theory is one of the pillars for innovative solution in a smart logistic. However, other elements must be taken into consideration, such as the practical framework, then references and all. And thank you for all students. You are hungry. I am boring you. Anyhow, in Mother Teresa University, staffs and students, especially scholars, researchers, even from other universities, presenters, those who are participators, and all of them attend this webinar. Again, again, I tell thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thanks for your valuable lecture. My student, please conclude sir session.
Yeah,
Sharmila.
anything ask?
Students, who is going to conclude sir session? Suprita. Malathi, yes.
I'm audible.
Yeah, your voice is audible.
I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor A. Mohammed sir, accepting our invitation and enlightening us with the knowledge. This session was very useful to us, sir. Professor A. Mohammed sir briefly explained about what is graph, what is algorithm, what is directed graph. His enthusiasm makes us more energetic and motivated to learn graph theory. Professor Mohammed sir told us about the biological network, mobile coverage, data processing, and visualization. It was very interesting and informative. Sir revealed some interesting facts about graph theory as act as a major role in mathematics and engineering application. This section was definitely helps us in our future studies. Once again, I would like to thank Professor A. Mohammed sir for taking out time from their busy schedule and enlightening with the knowledge. Thank you, sir. The next session will be conducted on 2 to 3 p.m. with Dr. Ram Gopal Nalan Chakravartula sir as a speaker on the topic of significance of numerical method in computational fleet dynamics. Once again, I thank all our participants to make this session successful. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Solai, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Professor. Thank you, Professor.
I take more time. Don't angry with me.
No, sir.
I
No,
never
sir,
take
no
more
problem.
time in my life
No,
because
no,
of
you want
this.
the more knowledge. We get more
We
knowledge
gather
from
more
you.
information. It is an opportunity for us to interact with you, sir. Really, I'm thankful to Professor Soleraj.
Madam Bhuvaneshwari, another
wonderful
one important matter. If anything you need for your student helping or anything with Soleraj, you asked me, I will fulfill them. They are research and others.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. We are very much
Thank
interested to publish paper with your collaborative work, sir, in future.
That
Thank you.
I will do more, madam. Soleraj, you know very well. I will help you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Definitely, we will be touch
Even
with you.
for staffs also.
Definitely for an academic development, academic project purpose, definitely we will contact you. We will be touching academically, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. When I come India, I will visit one time Kodaikanal University.
Definitely, we will invite you to Kodaikanal and Coimbatore also, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sir.
Bye. Bye.
Fine, thank you.
இங்க இருக்கு.
Sir?
150 ready ஆகி சொல்லுங்க எல்லாரும்.
150. ஓகேங்க சார். தேங்க்யூங்க சார்.
ஸ்டூடண்ட்ஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 90 இருந்தாங்க. வர 48 போயிருச்சு. கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்க.
சொல்லணுங்க சார். இப்ப சொல்லிரலாங்க சார். கட்டாயமா சொல்லிரலாங்க சார். கட்டாயமா நான் குரூப்ல சொல்லிறேன்.
ரொம்ப குறஞ்சிட்டே போறாங்க.
சொல்லிறேன். சில சமயம் டவர் கிடைக்கலையான்னு தெரியல இந்த கிளைமேட்டுக்கு. நான் கட்டாயமா யாரும் போக கூடாதுங்கிறது ஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்டா சொல்லிறேன்.
அடுத்து ஒரு 80s 90s இருக்கணும்.
நானும் கவனிச்சேன். நான் டெஃபினட்டா. தேங்க்யூங்க சார். தேங்க்யூங்க சார்.
Thank you.
சார். போய்க்கலாங்களா?
Yes, madam. Kannan sir, அடுத்த program. Kannan sir.
Yes sir, sure sir.
Sir, 150 அடுத்த session 150.
Hello.
150 க்கு அடுத்து.
Yes sir, okay sir.
கட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, லஞ்ச் எடுத்துக்கோங்க.
Sure sir.
ரெக்கார்ட்
பண்ணி. Yes sir, thank you sir.
எல்லாத்தையும் ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணிக்கோ.
கண்டிப்பா sir. It's also recording sir. Yes,
okay sir.
Thank you.
See you. கண்ணன் சார்.
எஸ் சார்.
ராம்கோபால் சார் வந்துட்டாரு.
எஸ் சார், கொடுத்துட்டேன் சார். கோகோஸ் கொடுத்துட்டேன்.
ஆரம்பிச்சு இப்போ அவங்க ஆரம்பிச்ச உடனே விட்டுலாமே, டிலே
எஸ் சார்.
பண்ணாங்க.
எஸ் சார்.
வேற யார் இருக்கா கூட்டு பாக்குறேன்.
எஸ் சார்.
ஹெச்ஓடி மேடம் இருக்காங்களா? இல்லையே. ஹெச்ஓடி மேம் ஆர் விமலா மேடம். அவங்க ஷர்மிளா, சென்னை.
சொல்லுங்க சார்.
மேடத்தை வர சொல்லுங்களேன், இன்ட்ரோடக்ஷன் ஆரம்பிச்சு விட்டுலாம்.
ஓகே சார்.
ஏன்னா இது அடுத்த ப்ரோக்ராம் இருக்கு, அதுக்கு டைம் கேப் கிடையாது.
ஓகே சார், குரூப்ல சொல்லிடுறேன் சார்.
அவங்க கிட்ட சொல்லுங்க. மேடம் ஹெச்ஓடி மேடத்தை கொஞ்சம் வர சொல்லுங்க.
ஓகே சார்.
ஆரம்பிச்சு விட்டுலாம். ஏன்னா சார் இஸ் வெயிட்டிங். Yes.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Ram Gopal, sir. Professor Ram Gopal, sir.
Sir is available. Sir, good afternoon, sir. Most welcome to Mother Teresa Women's University, Department of Mathematics. Professor Ram Gopal, sir. You start now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. How are you, sir?
Fine, sir. Fine. I am fine. Madam, HOD madam இந்த ஆன்லைன்ல இருக்காங்க, அவங்களுக்கு வெல்கம் பண்றாங்க.
Sir, most welcome to our university webinar.
Yes, sir.
Professor.
Yeah, okay.
Ma'am, shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
A very pleasant good afternoon to one and all gathered here. Again, we are gathered for third session of today's webinar. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to all. Cordially invite you for a 3 days international webinar on applied mathematics organized by Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Ram Gopal Nallan Chakravartula, sir, Associate Professor, Digital Sciences, Belhora University, Ethiopia. Welcome you, sir. Now I invite Dr. S. Krishnaprabha ma'am to introduce our beloved chief guest. Please, ma'am.
Kannan sir. Kannan sir.
Sir, please unmute Krishna Prabha. Dr. Krishna Prabha, mic.
Unmute பண்ணி கொடுங்க sir.
Kannan sir.
Admin sir,
sir,
please
பண்ணியாச்சு
kindly
sir.
unmute.
பண்ணியாச்சு.
A warm good morning to one and all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sirs. A warm good morning.
கிருஷ்ண பிரபா இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் தள்ளி வைங்க பின்னாடி உங்களோட லேப்டாப்ப நல்ல ஃபேஸ் தெரியுற ஃபுல் இது தெரியுற மாதிரி தள்ளி வைங்கம்மா. ஓகே, thank you கிருஷ்ண பிரபா.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
A warm good afternoon to one and all present for this wonderful session. I am extremely honored to have the pleasant task of addressing our chief guest, Dr. Ramgopal Nalan Chakravartula, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, College of Natural and Computational Science, Luhora University, Luhora, Ethiopia. He have completed his MSc Mathematics in NIT Warangal during 2000 to 2003 and he obtained his doctorate from NIT Nagpur in 2016. With a passion and love towards teaching, he started his career more than 1.5 decades back. Slav have published many research articles in reputed international journals, including Scopus and SCI, and have guided 3 PhD students in Department of Mathematics, Luhora University. His areas of research are fluid dynamics, differential equations, and mathematical modeling, and mainly SAR is now focusing more on multidisciplinary research. SAR have successfully completed a national level UGC project in SR Engineering College titled Some Studies on 2 Fluid Flows, Fully Developed Flow of 2 Immiscible Micropolar and Nutrition Fluids through non-porous and porous horizontal circular cylinder during 2015 to 2017. He have totally 18 years of experience and taken both academic and administrative responsibilities. He have trained students for aptitude tests which will be helpful for their placements. Sir have designed the curriculum as per recent developments in science and engineering fields and have efficient experience in various accreditations like NBA, NAC, ISO, etc. Since we have lack of time, this is a little dewdrop in his research ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. Thanks for your nice introduction.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, am I audible? Is it clear?
Audible, sir. Audible.
Your voice is
very clear.
Highly audible, clear, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you very much. So, shall I start?
Yes, sir.
Yes. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this 3 days international webinar on applied mathematics. So, particularly planning this webinar on the occasion of our Indian great mathematician, Sri Srinivas Ramanujan's birth anniversary. So really it is appreciated, and from the Ramanujan's club you arranged this, and first of all I would like to thank our Vice Chancellor Madam, Registrar Madam, and HOD Madam, Bhuneshwari Madam, and our beloved Solaraju sir. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Now, first of all, before going to start my session, so in fact, I would like to share my screen.
Yes.
Sir, is it okay?
Okay.
My
okay,
screen,
sir.
is it visible?
Sir, come to the first screen, sir.
Yes.
First screen, please.
So,
sir, come to the first screen.
First screen, okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure, ma'am, sure. Yes. Yeah, first, I would like
sir,
to
with your face also, please.
talk a few things about our importance of mathematics. Then I will see. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it is clear, sir. Thank you. Sir, you may a little bit back,
Yeah,
sir.
first
Then
I'd
only your
like
full
to
face
talk,
will, I will get full face, sir.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay,
a
ma'am.
little bit, sir. It is jerking.
Okay, madam.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Welcome, madam. First, I would like to talk a few things about the importance of mathematics and the main applications of mathematics. As all of you know about Ramanujan, he contributed more towards the mathematics community. And his contributions are in number theory, mathematical analysis, infinite series. That's why, in fact, we call him a man who knows infinity. And he was praised by an English scientist, mathematician, G.H. Hardy, and called for working together in association with that scientist. And then he went to the Trinity College and then Cambridge University, and he contributed a lot towards the mathematical community. Now, a simple point is, all of you know that Ramanujan is excellent in mathematics, but he failed, or he did not perform well in other subjects. Why? Simply, I feel mathematics is a subject in which, if one go through deeply in the subject, then it creates interest. So even as a faculty of mathematics, we all should teach our students what is the importance of mathematics and what are the main applications. And regarding this, we all know that Aryabhatta invented zero. He is our ancient mathematician, Indian mathematician. Now, after that, all the numbers came 1, 2, 3, and so on. And in ancient time, when there were no numbers, then how our ancient people used numbers or used to count, how they counted, how they calculated the things. For that, there was a story. There was a shepherd in ancient days who has 100 sheep. Of course, we know that the number 100, but during those days, they don't know what is 100, what is 1, what is 2, and so on. He used to take all his sheep to forest in the morning and again come back in the evening. And after coming home, he has to, he should reach the home with all the sheep that he has carried to the forest. How he can count that? There were no numbers. Now what he used to follow some procedure. When the sheep are entering the forest, for example, the first sheep enters, he used to keep one stone in his bag. Then the second sheep, second stone, third sheep, third stone. Like that, he used to continue. After the last sheep enters the forest, his bag, he's having a bag with 100 stones. That 100 we know, but he don't know. Now, while coming back in the evening, again, if one sheep is coming out from the forest, he used to throw one stone from his bag. Like that, he used to finish all 100 stones. For example, all the sheep came out, but one stone is left. Then what does it mean? So one sheep was missing. Now, simply, what is the concept behind this? There is a set of stones, set of sheep, simply one mapping. So in ancient days also, they were using mathematics, but they don't know that it is mathematics. In fact, we are all, after all, having all these degrees, we are talking about mathematics and the importance and all. But you know, even a 1.5-year kid knows mathematics. Suppose in your home, there are 2 kids. One is of the age of 1.5 years, and the elder one 3 years, let us suppose. If you give 2 chocolates to the younger one and 3 chocolates to the elder one, then what will happen? Immediately, the first one starts crying because she has 2 and her sister has 3. That means the kid knows that 2 is less than 3. So like that, we can teach the mathematics, the importance of mathematics with real life examples to our students. And starting from those simple calculations, now we are at the stage of using high technical methods, particularly the numerical techniques with the aid of computers. Now today, my present topic is regarding this significance of numerical methods in computational fluid dynamics. Yes, everybody knows that fluid dynamics is the study of flows. In computational fluid dynamics, what is the need of numerical methods to be used? Now, the main philosophy of CFD, all the mathematical sciences founded on relations between physical laws and laws of numbers, so that the aim of exact science is to reduce the problems of nature to the determination of quantities by the operations with numbers. This was given by Maxwell. And first, I would like to give you some examples in which our computational fluid dynamics got succeeded. Yeah, one interesting success story. In the late 1970s, one early success was NASA's aircraft called HIMAT, Highly Maneuverable Aircraft Technology. In that, the wind tunnel tests of preliminary design for this showed it would have unacceptable drag at speeds near the speed of sound. So if they prepare the aircraft with this principle, simply it is not, there is no use of this aircraft. So after that, they wanted to redesign it. But to redesign it, they need almost $150,000 US. Would have unacceptably delayed the project. Because of that, the project has been delayed. So instead, the wing was redesigned by a computer using our CFD model, computational fluid dynamics model, at a cost of just $6,000. This is the report given by NASA in 1989. So just using the computational fluid dynamics model, they simply solved the problem with a less cost. Similarly, another interesting story is also there. In 1940, on November 7th, one of the most spectacular engineering failures of the 20th century occurred in Tacoma, Washington. They constructed a bridge in Tacoma. During the early morning hours, the Tacoma in 35 miles per hour winds. After several hours, the oscillations took the form of a twisting motion that would cause the main section of the bridge to tilt at up to 450 angle from its original position. After approximately 1.5 hours, after this twisting motion, the main span of the bridge completely collapsed. The bridge, which cost $6.4 million, had been open only for just 4 months. The fundamental design flaw in the Tacoma Bridge was a failure to account for the resonance vibrations generated in the structure due to the aerodynamics forces. So subsequently, the replacement bridge design was tested in a wind tunnel to measure potential wind effects before being built. And such type of testing became standard for all future bridge designs also. So in fact, this was happened to the Tacoma Bridge. Because of that resonance vibrations, simply it started a tilt motion, and after that, it completely collapsed. It's a big failure of engineering. Yeah, of course, even after the Tacoma Narrow Bridge disaster also, the fluid dynamic analysis was still not widely employed. Even that problem also solved by our fluid dynamics model itself. Now, why fluid dynamics analysis was still not widely employed? The reason is the fluid dynamics is difficult. In particular, the equations governing the flow are nonlinear and can only be solved analytically in few cases. In fluid dynamics, you cannot solve all the equations analytically. Only in some particular cases only you will get the analytic solution, because the governing equations are nonlinear. So only through scale model testing in wind tunnels, towards tanks and others, the detailed information will be obtained. given that the number of venues available for such testing were limited and the tests were expensive, many projects that might have benefited were not subjected to fluid dynamic analysis. The Tacoma Narrows Bridge disaster illustrates the main points, like fluid dynamics can play a role in many critical phenomena outside the traditional spheres of aerospace and mechanical engineering. So analysis of these phenomena during the design phase can potentially save a lot of time and money. This is the main advantage of this fluid dynamics model. It saves our time as well as the money also. So all this has changed in the past few decades with the exponential growth of computer power and the application of computational fluid dynamics. So after the invention of computers, now we are able to use the computer technology to solve our mathematical problems. Simply we write a program and execute, give the input, it will give within seconds the output. So the object of CFD is to use computers to solve the previously intractable conservation equations for fluids in order to accurately simulate. Computational fluid dynamics allows the analysis of fluid flow problems in detail, faster. This is the main another advantage, faster, earlier in the design cycle than possible with experiments, costing less money and lowering the risks involved in the design process. So even in the design process, if you go practically, it will take much time, it is costly, and there may be many risks also. Whereas here, the computational fluid dynamics reduces all these things. So this trend is only likely to grow more pronounced in the future as computers become increasingly cheaper and more powerful, while traditional forms of testing become increasingly expensive. So if you follow the traditional form of testing, a particular thing, it is expensive. But when coming to the case of a computer, nowadays everybody is using a laptop or a system, and everybody are doing having the programming knowledge. So high technology computers also came. So simply using the aid of a computer, we can solve the given problem. And foundations of experimental fluid dynamics that has been done in 17th century itself in England. After that, the development of theoretical fluid dynamics in the 18th and 19th centuries in Europe. And 20th century, particularly 20th century, witnessed the use of pure theory on one side and pure experiment on the other side. Now here, what to do in computational fluid dynamics? Simply observe the experimental results, formulate the theory. So this is the main thing. The formulation of the problem and modify the existing one, theoretical results, and later use the experience. Mathematicians and physicists tend towards theoretical studies, whereas engineers, they need experimental studies. Now suppose for a real life problem in fluid dynamics, no theoretical studies are available and experimental studies cannot be made due to inherent impracticabilities like cost, time, design problems, etc. So in the case of real life problems, if there is no theoretical theory existing and experimental studies cannot be done, then what we shall do? The answer is simply, the answer is is through computational fluid dynamics. Success of CFD is due to the advent of high-speed computers. So this is the main advantage to use CFD. Development of highly sophisticated numerical methods and algorithms. Simply, we adopt a numerical technique and use a computer for supporting and writing the algorithm, programming and all. Today, CFD is an equal partner with pure theory and pure experiment. Now there are three dimensions of fluid dynamics. The fluid dynamics, computational fluid dynamics is simply connected to both pure experiment and pure theoretical. So CFD nicely and synergetically complements the two approaches of pure theory and pure experiment. Of course, we can say it can never replace either of the two approaches. Theoretical is different, practical is different. And this CFD is different, but using CFD, you can apply, you can go through those two topics. Now, what is CFD? Computational fluid dynamics constitute numerical procedures to solve typical problems in fluid dynamics with different types of initial and boundary and space conditions. CFD can predict what will happen quantitatively when fluid flows, often with the complications of, for example, simultaneous flow of heat or mass transfer, phase change. For example, the phase change is from melting to freezing, freezing to boiling, like that. In that case, we can apply computational fluid dynamics. Chemical reactions like combustion, rusting, etc. Mechanical movement of pistons, fans, etc. And a wide variety of problems that we can imagine and formulate into mathematical form. And uses of computational fluid dynamics. Simply, we can know how fluid flow and what will be their quantitative effects on the solids with which they are in contact. In general, in fluid dynamics, people use it to work on different varieties of problems in different geometries also. For example, a fluid flow problem, fluid between the parallel plates, fluid flowing through a horizontal cylinder or inclined plane, or flow past a sphere, like that. In all that cases, the solid boundary in which the fluid will be in contact, that how the fluid flow will be, that we clearly building service engineers and release of pollutants. In all these cases, even in chemical engineers, to maximize the yields, we use the computational fluid dynamics. Not only that, land, air, yes, sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah, is it audible, sir?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, is it audible?
It's audible, sir. No, sir, you can.
Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience.
Since the climate is not good, sir, now in Tamil Nadu also, so there may be a disturbance in the net problem, internet problem.
Okay, madam. Yeah, we will try.
You may continue,
Yeah,
sir.
we will try our level best. And now, since continuing, coming to this, CFD-based flow simulations enable us in deciding where pollutant emitting industrial plants be located. So where we can help petroleum engineers in deciding optimal oil recovery strategies, meteorologists and oceanographers in predicting the weather conditions. So even to predict the weather conditions, they are using our computational fluid dynamics. Not only those, designing of aircrafts, in automobile engineering, and even in medicine also. Doctors perform the needed operations guided by the CFD studies of the possible effects of the operations. The main components in CFD procedures are the main problem, then mathematical formulation. So this is the main important step. First, we need to convert the physical problem to mathematical form. Then computer-aided solution procedures and a computer hardware to perform the operations. Then comparison with the existing realistic data and inspection and interpretation of results. So these are the step-by-step. This is the step-by-step procedure which we follow in CFD. And here we have to talk about the reliability also. CFD-based predictions are not 100% reliable, but somewhat it gives us a good result. This can be due to the following reasons. Input may involve too much of guesswork. So in computational fluid dynamics, we start with some guess. For example, if we are applying a numerical method here, simply we start with obviously we start with the guesswork. Similarly, scientific knowledge base may be inadequate, or large amount of storage space and amount of computer time. Of course, this is not a big problem nowadays because we have high technology, softwares and laptops and all. So it's not a big deal now. We can separate reliability in different cases. It is greater for laminar flows, single phase flows, chemically inactive flows, flows involving single chemical reaction, non-complicated fluids, etc. Whereas it is less for turbulent flows, multi-phase flows. So it is less for turbulent flows, multi-phase flows, flows of chemically reacting fluids, flows involving multiple reactions, and fluid flows involving fluids with complicated constitutive equations. In these cases, yeah, the reliability may be less, but it gives a somewhat better result. Now, if we include much complication as possible in the formulation then we will get more reliability. So problems dealing with one parameter can be treated through simply experimental setup. If there is one parameter involving in the problem, simply we can use the experimental setup. But problems dealing with several parameters can be treated with numerical experimentation. So that's why we need numerical methods. Solve numerically. Simply, real experiments involve costs in money, as we discussed in the previous slides. So here the cost is more, energy as well as the time is consuming, and environmental pollution may be there. But with numerical experimentation, we are saved. No need of all these things, simply time saving, cost saving and all. So while formulating the numerical model, our main aim is to reduce the errors in discretization. We will get almost equivalent to the exact solution. So design and adapt more accurate interpolation or approximations to smaller regions. These are the points we should follow to get some good results. And there are, now coming to the numerical methods, as my topic is simply the significance of numerical methods. Why we need numerical methods? Simply, only the analytical solution is possible in some class of equations, whether it is differential equation or algebraic or non-algebraic transcendental, whatever may be. But if we adopt a numerical technique, then we get an approximate solution that everybody knows. But the approximate solution, which is almost equivalent to the original solution. If the error is less, obviously our solution will be acceptable. So that's why we adopt numerical methods in the case of some complicated problems. And there are 3 numerical methods: finite difference methods, finite element methods, and finite volume methods, which we use in fluid dynamics. Yeah, of course, many may know about these methods. Finite difference methods, simply here we replace for example, in fluid dynamics, we come across with the differential equations, whether it is ordinary or partial differentiation. Simply, we replace the derivatives involved in the equation with the finite difference approximations. So we replace the derivatives by the corresponding finite difference approximation. Whereas now my intention is to discuss about this finite element method, which is the best method, and even till today, a lot of research is going on using this finite element method. There are many problems solved using the aid of a numerical method, particularly finite element method. The finite element method is a numerical method for solving problems of engineering and mathematical physics also. And it is useful for problems with complicated geometries, loadings, and material properties where analytic solutions cannot be obtained. The stress analysis for trusses, beams, and other simple structures are carried out based on dramatic simplification and idealization. For example, the mass concentrated at the center of gravity, beam simplified as a line segment. For example, if there is a beam and some load is applying on that beam from the upward direction, uniform load is applying, then how there will be some deflection in the beam. How the deflection will be, that can be calculated using this finite element method. The background history of this finite Richard in 1943. Unfortunately, the relevance of that article was not recognized at the time and the idea was forgotten. But later, in the early 1950s, the method was rediscovered by engineers. So this is the main important thing. Engineers, they rediscovered for their engineering, for solving their engineering problems. The mathematical analysis of finite element approximations began much later in 1960s. Since then, finite element methods have been developed into one of the most general and powerful class of techniques for the numerical solution of partial differential equations and are widely used in engineering design and analysis. So in fact, here, to solve the engineering problems, we are applying this numerical technique in which the problem in which the partial differential equations plays the main role. Since in mid-1950s, engineers in aircraft industry have worked on developing approximate methods for the prediction of stresses included in aircraft wings. The name finite element was coined for the first time by Claude in 1960. Simply the finite element, why that name came finite element method? Simply here in the problem, the domain of the interest will be divided into number of sub regions. Each region is called an element. So finite number of elements, we'll divide that into finite number of elements. In each element, we'll study the nature of the problem. For example, we solve the equations and again, we will club all those things. The name, that's why it came in 1960. Although the finite element method was originally developed mostly based on intuition and physical argument, the method was recognized as a form of the classical Rayleigh-Ridge method in the early 1960s. So it's a particular method, Rayleigh-Ridge method, weighted residual method. Like that, there are many methods. I am not going to discuss about any particular method, simply the generalization of this finite element method, which is useful to solve many problems in computational fluid dynamics. So today it has become an industry standard to solve practical engineering problems using the finite element method. The rapid progress of the finite element method, conference proceedings and textbook published, even I can say per annum around 6,000 papers are being published on finite element method. So many engineering problems have been solved. Still, they are using the same method to solve the new problems also. Every year, around 6,000 papers are being published, and all over from 1960 to today, in 60 years, more than 1 lakh papers are available in the Google. With all the progress, today the finite element method is considered one of the well-established and convenient analysis tools by engineers and applied scientists. Design geometry is a lot more complex and the accuracy requirement is a lot higher. So this is the main problem in industries or in engineering related problems. The design geometry is more complicated, complex, and they require accuracy at a higher level. So in such cases, if you go with an analytical method, it is sometimes in some cases it is impossible also. Even if it is possible in some cases, it is time consuming, or you need to spend more cost on that for practical purpose and all. So simply, if we adopt this method, finite element method, to solve that problem in a simple way by using a computer programming, simply we can solve it. And it is very easy to write a program for these finite element methods. So we need to, in such cases, where design geometry is a lot more complex and the accuracy is higher, we need to understand the physical behavior of a complex object. For example, the strength, heat transfer capability, fluid flow, etc. To predict the performance and behavior of the design and to calculate the safety margin and to identify the weakness of the design accurately, to identify the optimal design with confidence. So we all need to do and the common applications of finite element method. Here you can see in various fields, it has its importance. For example, the mechanical engineering, aerospace engineering, civil, automotive, structural and stress analysis, whether it may be static or dynamic or linear or non-linear. In all these cases, yes, finite element method plays an important role. Not only in that, fluid flow, heat transfer, electromagnetic fields, soil mechanics, and all this comes under the applications of finite element method. In finite element method, simply the procedure that I already explained, simply the discretization is the basic step. Now, what is this discretization? For example, an unevenly shaped metallic sheet is given and it is asked to find its area. That metallic sheet is having other extra things. Because of that, it is not evenly, it is not in even format. Then how to find the area of that unevenly formed sheet? For example, simply we'll make that sheet into a particular shape by deleting or deducting or by dividing it into number of sub areas. For example, after dividing, you may get one circle, one square, one rectangle, one triangle. So like that, we will divide that sheet into number of sheets. Then you find the area of each particular shaped region. Then assemble. Simply assemble means, in general, we call adding. But sometimes if there is a hole in the metallic sheet, then we need to find the area of that hole. Then we have to subtract that area from the whole thing. So that's why I use the word assembly. Sometimes we will add, sometimes we will subtract. So simply divide into number of parts, then again add or assemble. That gives the total area of the unevenly shaped metallic sheet. This process is called discretization. Simply divide into number of sub-elements. How small you divide, our solution accuracy depends on that, the discretization. Now here finite element method comes in complex objects as well as simple analysis. In the case of simple things, simply you can make the simple analysis, nothing to worry. But in the case of complex objects, material discontinuity, complex and arbitrary geometry, I told you just now, we can use the finite element method. This is the main advantage. You can apply this method for any geometrical problem, whether it is cylindrical geometry or else any other normal one. You can apply this finite element method. Simply the real world problem will be simplified as a physical model, then physical model to mathematical model, then discretization model. That means the mesh model. So discretization, I told you just now, model body by dividing it into an equivalent system of many smaller bodies or units, which are called finite elements. Interconnected at points common to two or more. All these finite elements will be interconnected. All these finite elements will be interconnected. And these points with some common points, two or more elements, which are called nodal or nodal points. So the types of finite elements. Here the finite element method can be applied in all the dimensional problems. For example, one-dimensional element, simply this is the line element. Two-dimensional element, the plane element. Three-dimensional, the solid element. The advantages. I told you just now, we can apply this computational, this finite element method for any type of geometry. The irregular boundaries, general loads, different materials, boundary conditions, variable element size, easy modification. This is one more advantage. The modifications can be done easily. Even the element size is variable also, we can apply. Whatever may be the boundary condition, how complicated the problem, we can apply this finite element method in dynamics and nonlinear problems, particularly to solve the nonlinear problems. And this is the one more important point. In general, traditionally, the mathematicians develop some method or technique, such as matrix theory and solution methods for differential equations, and engineers use those methods. So as a mathematicians, we develop some method. Then to solve engineering problems, they use those methods. But in the case of, only in the case of finite element method, engineers developed and perfected the technique, and we, the applied mathematicians, use the method for solving complex ordinary and partial differential equations. In fact, the method was developed by the engineers, but it is completely related to our mathematics itself. And it is very useful to solve the complicated engineering problems as well as ordinary equations or partial differential equations, all nonlinear types of equations. That's why we are using that particular method. Simply, in future, the experiments believe that, the experts believe that future advancement in fluid dynamics on balancing of pure experimental theory and numerical approach. So with the use of numerical technique, it is very easy, time saving, and even the cost saving to solve the engineering problems. And in particular, in computational fluid dynamics, the help of this numerical technique is by the finite element method or else finite difference method, we can easily solve the problem. And if any interested readers are there, they can go through the references. And as I told you, every year, a lot of research is going on, computational fluid dynamics problems, particularly using finite element method. So with this, I would like to conclude this opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. Sir?
Thank you, sir, for such remarkable and flawless speech. If there is any questions regards our session, you can post it in our chat box, or otherwise you can ask your questions to our honorable speaker.
Yeah, the queries are welcome. Thank you. Okay, madam.
Yes. Any doubts,
yes,
please?
So once again, I would like to thank Solaraju sir and the head of the department, Bhuvaneswari madam, and the vice chancellor madam and registrar madam. Thank you very much, madam. In future also, you will be connected with this. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Professor, really it is a wonderful talk. I'm really enjoyed this session, sir. Ram Gopal sir, it is really an interesting one. Yesterday I gave a talk in fluid dynamics, but today you are interacting this part with the fluid dynamics and numerical methods. It's really a wonderful talk, sir. Numerical analysis is a very good application-oriented paper in mathematics for applying civil engineering and mechanical engineering. And now you are interacting this with the fluid dynamics, and you are mingled with that fantastic talk. Really, I enjoyed your session, sir. Malati?
Thank you.
Malati, please give vote of thanks for sir session. Conclude sir session, ma'am.
Now it's time to complete our session. Thanking is our responsibility, and I am here to present the vote of thanks for this session. I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Ram Gopal Nalan Chakravartula sir, for accepting our invitations and enlightening us with their knowledge. Dr. Ram Gopal Nalan Chakravartula sir shared us some interesting stories. He briefly explained about the foundations of experimental fluid. It was really informative. Sir clearly described about 3 dimensions of fluid dynamics, such that pure experiments, pure theory, and CFD. And also, sir describes 3 types of numericals method. They are finite difference method, finite element method, and finite value method. It reveals some interesting facts. Thank you, sir, giving such wonderful lecture for us. This lecture will definitely useful us in our studies and future. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Ram Gopal Nalan Chakravartula sir for taking out time from their busy schedule and enlightening with their knowledge. Thank you, sir. The next session will be conducted on 3:15 to 4 p.m. with Dr. S.
Malati, just a minute. We will give 5 minutes break and then we will join. Okay? And we will.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Professor. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now you can start the next session, ma. Malati, you start the next session.
Okay, ma'am. A very pleasant good afternoon to one and all gathered here. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome you all. This is our fourth session of international webinar. Cordially invites you for the 3 days international webinars on applied mathematics organized by Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. S. Vimala Madam, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. Welcome you, ma'am. Now I invite Ms. Jayachitra to introduce our beloved chief guest.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am K. Jayachitra from First MSc Mathematics. I extended a warm welcome to all in the program International Webinar on Applied Mathematics. I am profusely overjoyed to take the opportunity to introduce our chief guest of the day. I find immense pleasure in introducing our honorable chief guest, Mrs. Dr. S. Vimala, on the behalf Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. First of all, I would like to thank our chief guest, Madam, for spending our precious time with us. She has completed MSc from மேம் நான் இன்னும் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணல மேம்.
கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க.
She has completed MSc from Annamalai University and has completed MPhil and a PhD from Alagappa University. Her research focus in domination in fuzzy graph and fuzzy labeling. She also known as the programming language like Power Builder 8. She has editorial board member in Journal for Advanced Research in Applied Science. She has published on book of Topological of Finite Group. She has participated a lot of seminars, conferences, and workshops in national and international level. Her achievements have been recognized by many different certificates. She also a member of many other committees. She presented paper on properties of topological cone graph in national conference. She was program officer of National Service Scheme and she conducted on 50 programs in Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. I hope this session is very knowledgeable and useful for us. I am sure we will be enriched by the webinar. Once again, I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Jayachitra, for introducing an amazing chief guest. Now I invite Dr. S. Vimala Madam to share your valuable views on fuzzy dominations in graph. Please, ma'am.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank our organization and department convener, organizer for giving me an opportunity to stand before you. A pleasant, a warm good afternoon to everyone together here. So my topic is domination in fuzzy graph. Shall I share the screen? Was it sharing?
Yeah, we are seeing your screen. Good. Vimala, see here. Good.
Wait a minute, Mama. Actually, I am unable to see the screen.
எங்களுக்கு ஸ்கிரீன் தெரியுதுமா, நீ கண்டினியூ பண்ணு.
1 minute, ma'am. 1 minute. Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, press F5 or shift F5.
Shift F5. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you. So my today's topic is domination fuzzy graph. Actually, given a fuzzy domination in graphs, so that is a grown-up in topic in graph theory. So we know that from this seminar and webinar conference, we would like to know that graph theory is a wonderful, powerful concept in the real field application. So it's a nice opportunity to deliver domination in fuzzy graphs. So in the name of a title, we know that as a combination of three concepts. So one is in a graph, another one is in a fuzzy, next one is in a domination. So here to that, as in the reverse order, we know that we have to read it. So first of all, we would know from the title. So reversely, we have to read graph, fuzzy, and domination. So graphs, we have a plenty knowledge in the curriculum itself. We are studying, even though, and our valuable lecturers and known person and some other persons are studying about the graph theory in the normal field, the normal scenario. So by that way, we know that what is a graph theory. First of all, what we know that from starting end to, we can't say about an ending end. So starting end is we are started by nodes and edges. From that is a basic concept. So first of all, graph theory, so developing from the application. Few theory papers develop what is the we have to develop, but the graph theory develop from the applications. So it's not a starting day. It's from 7th century onwards. Their theory has been developing and developing and also. So the graph is we know that little bit concept. What is a graph and what is a types of a graph? What is the properties? How we can learn read? First of all, we have the capacity to read the graphs. So that kind of ideas and properties and multiple concept. How we can go for proceed? What is from the narrating from graph theory? What we have to study in a different manner. So these are little bit examples and covering of graphs. So after that, we go for a fuzzy, because the fuzzy graph, fuzzy has introduced by Jade and 1965. So after some more years, the development is not at in the field. So after some of the days and 15 years back, it is developing in all the field. So not only graph theory, as a fuzzy concept, a fuzzy logic can apply in many areas, and the fuzzy you should simply giving us an uncertainty concept. So first of all, the mother course it has somewhere lagging to develop or giving an accurate results and all. So for fulfilling that inaccurate result, the fuzzy hand fulfilled and giving an accurate result. So that for the fuzzy concept developed. Then domination is one of major part of in the graph theory. So it has some application as well as little bit deviation from the graph theory. It has a many lot of parameters in the domination. So this topic is combined of graphs, fuzzy, and a domination. So we have a knowledge in the graph theory. So if we want to go study about a fuzzy, so we have to know about whichever subject. Either we have taken algebra, analysis, number theory, whichever subject we take, we simply first of all we know about set theory. So as a mathematician or non-mathematics mathematics peoples,
initially know what is the set theory. Actually, our Indian government given this course from the school level also. So from the set theory, we have from that we have to understand what is a set theory. So how we can universal set and the collection of a set, and what is a subsets, or how we make a relation between the sets, how we difference the sets, and all, how we have included with the other set and all. So this is a basic for a set fuzzy set theory. So we having a little bit idea about, not a little bit, we clear about in a set theory. We may easy to apply a fuzzy concept in the set theory. We find out the result because that is a main idea, is a spark to into the fuzzy logic. So once we clear in the fuzzy set theory, so we feel too easy fuzzy logic. That is a fuzzy logic. So fuzzy logic means we using a fuzzy concept, we apply in the any field, fuzzy algebra, fuzzy analysis, fuzzy topology, fuzzy graph theory, fuzzy number theory, and all. No, I'm not saying that it's a n number of field is available in a real field. We can apply into any field. So here I'm taking in a domination, other parameters in a domination. So domination, this is a general idea. What is a fuzzy number? Especially fuzzy number. Current our Mother Teresa Women's University second years. Currently they are written in the examination a fuzzy concept, fuzzy logic paper, fuzzy set theory paper. So they know very well about a fuzzy number. What is that, and what is how the numbers are taken, and how it in between the values, what is the weightage. First of all, this is a real number, and it never take for negative numbers, only positive numbers we can be included in between the 0 and 1 value. This also functional concept also satisfied. First of all, the collection of a fuzzy number, it taking some special cases. It belongs only for a convex and normalized set concept. The fuzzy logic can be narrated from Boolean logic concept. So Boolean logic concept means we know that only taking a binary value 0 and 1. The fuzzy value taking in between the wall along with the 0 and 1 in between all the values, because we have a lot of possibility to taking the values. This fuzzy numbers can allow and the parameters, properties, geometry, initial conditions, and in between the conditions, complement conditions, all the cases we have to using that. And the fuzzy also some operations we follow that addition, subtraction. We have to taking one or more than one numbers, fuzzy addition, numbers addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. So whatever the concept we know already, the general crisp concept, we may applicable into the fuzzy numbers also. The extension principle also enhanced through the fuzzy numbers. The enhancement giving for an extending in the functions concept. So now I'm focusing for a domination. So what is a domination first of all? So first we know that a domination concept, we know we have a lot of the parameter, the domination. So each parameter taking in some concept, we understand the concept, we feel too easy to study in the domination. So we know that what is a domination and all. So domination set, sorry. Yeah, domination set is, first of all, we're taking in a graph. So G, that is a collection of vertices and a collection of edges. I'm considering one subset D, that D is nothing but a domination number. That D belongs to the original vertex V, collection of vertex V, such is that every vertex and the case we are taking that is not in the D. Actually, the collection of D is not in a V. That is adjacent. D is adjacent to V. What is the case? At least one member of a D, the whatever the value with vertex from D, the collection of vertices in D. So that one, at least any one of the vertices that are also belonging into V. So that represent as a domination concept, that we have simply denoting domination number as a gamma of a G. Is a number of vertices in the smallest domination set for G. So next slide, I would like to give a few examples from the first 3 cases. So we know that actually everyone has studied graph theory very well, even though the domination cases, the research level, once you, after you complete the postgraduate, in the time of project, then only you know that what is a domination. So based on the your research part, you know that a domination and all. So domination means, first of all, we taking any 2 vertices. So one is, for example, here first example we take for an red color point out vertices. So from the vertices, from left side to right side, I am reading. So first red color represent as one vertices, then follows that a number of 6 vertices is available, 5 vertices. So first I pointed out a red color. So next adjacent vertices we don't take, because at least any one of the vertices can be included in the vertex. The next adjacent vertices we not included. So for that concept, we are taking the, we are marking the bullet points as red color, 3 red color point. So if you, as per our chosen method, we taking any one vertices, make a point, the nearest vertices, we can't neighbor vertices, we can't include it. So next neighbor vertices we may be included in the domination. So as in that manner, taking for first example, this is a normal graph theory following that example. So next chemical bond, how we can represent. So alternatively, we taking for usually I'm plugging from this example from the Google itself. So the chemistry peoples, they are taking one bond system. So for bond system, which one follows the next one? So for example, 2 continuous circuit we can't use. In between that, we have applying for resistance, thereafter switchboard, thereafter we go for a lighting system. If you switch on the light, it will directly, it won't go for a current getting every house and everywhere, but we can't use direct method for an light. So we making some bypassing anywhere. So seems to be we are channelizing after that. So by that method, that concept also applicable for a chemistry. So we have the neighbor bond cannot choosing that. So next to next, the different bond and different chemical can be attracted and giving some different molecular. So for example, hydrogen, usually hydrogen always using for all chemicals, all medicines. So because, why? Because means the hydrogen bond cure our wounds, healing our wounds. So for that purpose only we are taking that. So what we have, what I would like to ask here means, so the hydrogen bond next to next, which bond is fit into healing the wounds. So that manner, the domination concept is applicable, also applying the chemistry concept. And the third one is an example is also for an which one is a dominate. The shaded one is a domination vertices, and the next one. So if I'm taking that, number 1 is an domination vertex. The next neighbor vertices is 2 and 6. That won't be included. The next other one is we have to choose this. So this is the manner to find out what is a domination vertices. Then from that we have to identify the domination number. Then collection of elements. Then what we have minimum number of domination of a graph, particular graph. So from that we have to understand what is a graph. We have an idea about a graph and the idea about a fuzzy concept. So for pursuing students, you have a lot of plenty of materials available even in the Google books, and the basic concept available in every department, and domination concepts are also applicable in every graph theory books. Wherever we find out the graph theory book, they are there without domination. We can't see that. Even we have studied in the undergraduate level also, and plenty of examples also available. So now we are co-currenting all the cases. So how the fuzzy graph, I get here this slide, I'm giving a few basic ideas, basic definitions of a fuzzy graph. First of all, fuzzy logic is, we know that. So how it applicable for a graph? So that must be, we know that. So how we represent general graph, we know that. First of all, we know that how the vertices can be converted into fuzzy vertex. Then edge can be how edge can be converted into fuzzy edge and all. So we how means, so for the first definition, we taking that. So here wherever we go, that a mu and a nu, that always represent as a membership function. That A is always represent as a collection of a set. If the set is available within the A, means it giving an values. Unless it's a membership function, simple membership function concept. Usually we are studying for a characteristic function in the CRISP concept. The fuzzy concept we study for a membership function. Just a name only changing, but the remembrance, whatever educated, that may be implemented in the same manner. So here, whatever it is, we taking that is a possible. Sorry. So here is I'm taking that E is an universal set. F A considered as a fuzzy set. A belonging in E means it's a represent by A. How we can represent A in fuzzy manner means A is equal to mu A of X. That mu A of X is always greater than 0. Here I'm taking that greater than, strictly greater than 0. Somewhere we are studying greater than or equal to 0 also it's applicable. If we taking strictly greater than 0 means that is taking for a support concept. The support is, it never take for a 0. So here that I understand that the graph vertices never taking a 0 value. Here the function also considering the function mu A is one functionality that from E to 0, 1. 0, 1 is here I'm put into closed interval, and usually if you apply for an open interval without the extreme end values, we taking the in between values. So here is a 0 and 1, the crisp value as well as in between values we consider in the fuzzy case. It's a membership function, membership degree of X in the fuzzy set A. This is a basic definition for a membership function. So next third line we go for a fuzzy graph. How we can represent a fuzzy graph? So sigma and mu is a sigma represent for a membership function for vertices. Mu represent as a membership function for edges. So simply we say that order per in graph, order per pair represent as a vertices and the edges. So here also in the same manner, sigma represent as a vertex and a mu represent as an edge. So it's a pair of how we can represent in the function fuzzy vertex. The function sigma from vertices. The vertices value, vertices, whatever the value it's available, we don't bother. The vertices from the values apply from 0 in between 0 and 1. And similarly for mu is an edge function. We taking that, if we taking the two vertices, for example, I'm taking a one edge means that extreme end two values are vertices. So that two vertices considered. So vertex across vertex. This between the edge value also belonging into the closed interval 0, 1. That U and V be the vertices. So a particular graph, not only particular graph, whatever the graph we taking, we convert into a fuzzy graph, that must be satisfy the condition. Mu represent as an edge in between the vertices U, V, that is always less than or equal to sigma of a U intersection and sigma of a V. So actually we can't say for an intersection, this is for an cup. We can read by cup. So mu U, V less than or equal to sigma of a U cup sigma of a V. This cup represents
U and V represent as a fuzzy vertices. For example, U taking an a 0.5, V taking an a 0.7. So we applying the cup. This cup represents as a minimum value between the two vertices. So which one is a very less value? 0.5. Here I'm taking in a 0.5. So by that method, so that the 0.5 is for edge value. So this is the property for an first main property for an fuzzy graph. So by using this property only, we apply for, we suppose some graph we are taking the values, few graphs we are applying for our purpose. So the derivation, the theory can be developed, existing concept, or theory can be developed for a new concept. So whichever method we go for, this is a base concept, mu of u comma v less than or equal to sigma v cup sigma v. So next, what is a subgraph? How can we go for a fuzzy subgraph? So general subgraph, we know that. Here, fuzzy subgraph H tau rho. So their original graph we represent as a sigma and a mu, and a subgraph represent as tau rho. Is called a fuzzy subgraph of a G sigma mu if it is also having some property. So that property is nothing but tau of a u less than or equal to sigma of a u for all u belonging to vertices and a row of a u comma v. This also have subgraph also having the property row of a u comma v less than or equal to mu of a u comma v for all u v belonging to the vertices. The fuzzy graph H is said to be a, when we say for an usually we say that subgraph is in a spanning tree. So here also we taking that a fuzzy subgraph. How can we defining for a spanning fuzzy subgraph? So for that we are using that. That equal condition satisfy means simply we say that a spanning fuzzy subgraph. The fuzzy subgraph, what it's a satisfy? When suppose it taking in a minimal and a maximal. So minimal means we go for we deriving the graph. Equal means we simply say that spanning fuzzy graph. Spanning subgraph, it taking in a maximal fuzzy subgraph in what condition we taking that. So that concept can be taken as rho of u comma v is equal to tau of u mu of v. So that is nothing but two cases, three cases we go for that. So from that, when we say that as a whatever the graph we developed a theory in a fuzzy graph, path, walk, circuit, whatever it is, it may be applicable and under the conditions. Suppose we know that we are fixing the values, okay, or we can making the relation in the two nodes or in the two nodes and multiple of nodes giving in a walk path. When we say the connected, so the two nodes that are joined by a path are said to be connected. The relation simply is a connected is an we know that, I'm sorry, we know that what is the equivalence relation. The equivalence relation also playing a major role in the fuzzy graph. So that is also taking as an concept, the connected graph, the vertices and edges. How we know that how we can apply, how we can point it out in everywhere. So here also satisfying some concept, reflexive, symmetric, and transitive. The equivalence class of nodes under this relation are connected components of a given fuzzy graph. So this is for a simple example. Here I'm giving only one example. If you go for a fuzzy graph theory and very fuzzy, any other kind of books in a Google website, in other Chromes and stock market in mathematics, that sites provides vast knowledge and plenty of examples about the fuzzy graphs. Usually, graph can be denoted as a simply capital letter G, but here that G and the upper bar we are simply denote as one symbol, that is we say that is a tilde, we simply say that. So this is the difference between ordinary graph and a fuzzy graph.
So here also, but we have reading as in the same manner. G, V, E, and G represents as a graph, B represents as a vertices, E represents as edges. That tilde symbol represents as a difference between ordinary graph and fuzzy graph. So here is an, I'm taking as direction graph. A, B, C, D is in a 4 vertices labeled by A, B, C, D. I'm here simply I'm denoting as the edge A to C. I'm giving the value 0.8, and C to D I'm taking a 1.0, and CB is simply I'm giving that 0.9. Then BA is simply giving a value is 1.0. So why I'm giving this example? For example, I'm giving the fuzzy graph. This is one example. So this way, here I'm taking the direction graph. Without the direction also be taking that. So anyone who ask, given a fuzzy graph example. So we put a minimum 4 vertices and making an edges and point out. First of all, we fix the vertices for vertex value. Thereafter, we find out the value for edges easy, because we know that what is the condition for an vertex and edges. So why we are taking edge values a minimum or equal than 2 vertices means then only is taking a strong node, because a strong arc we can develop for that is also applicable. Why we go for a strong arc, a strong node means a strong arc means, so we go for the graph is a weighted graph, that strong graph. So for that purpose, not only that purpose, the cardinality of the graph is giving a wonderful result that is applicable for many applications. So for that purpose only we are taking that. So here also we are following the few exam definitions and follow for a theory. Here we are taking G is in a graph, V is a vertices, sigma is a fuzzy vertex, mu represent as a fuzzy edge. So this represent as a fuzzy graph. We defining a degree of vertex V to be D of, simply we denote as dB is a summation of mu u comma v. So u not equal to, because if both u and v are vertices, if it is equal, it taking a loop concept. It is not equal means V is a general graph. The minimum degree of a G, usually that graph theory notations also we take over here, small delta of a G represent as the minimum degree. So here also cup of degree of a V, then V belonging to capital V, that capital V is nothing but a vertices. So it's a small minimum degree. For maximum degree, capital delta of a G is in a cup of a degree of a V. So usually we studied in the eccentricity in the graph theory, and regular graph definition. We know that the regular graph minimum degree, maximum degree both are equal. We say that a regular graph. So here is a definition for a minimum degree of a fuzzy graph and maximum degree of a fuzzy graph. Then seems to be here next definition also, D being a fuzzy graph. D is an dominating set. Okay, a subset D of V is said to be a dominating set of G. It satisfies if for every B belongs to V minus D. So original vertex is available in the G. So D is a separate sets. So that we are subtracting D from V. There exists what is the relation? Any one of the at least one vertex in D connected with the V. So that is represented as a domination. Here also there exists that small v belongs to V minus D. There exists an element U belongs to D such that mu means edge. Mu of U comma V is equal to sigma of U cap sigma of V. So a dominating set D of G is called a minimal dominating set of G. If every node V belonging to D dominating set and the D minus singleton to V, any at least one vertex linking between them, B and D. So that singleton vertex
is not a dominating set. The minimum scalar cardinality of a D is called an domination number and is denoted by gamma of a G. So the scalar cardinality of a fuzzy subset D of the vertex set is simply denoted as modulus of. So that is equal to summation of sigma of V. From the figure 1, this figure 1 is in a fuzzy graph. This from the fuzzy graph, we taking as actually P, Q, or S. This is an a vertex. P taking an a 0.4. So if here also this taking as an fuzzy graph example. So P taking as a 0.4. Q for 0.5. R for 0.3. S for 0.6. And T for 0.3. So this for randomly I'm fitting the values. Now I'm applying the fuzzy concept. So what is a vertex and edge relation? The edge relation is always less than or equal to the vertex in between the two vertex. So first I'm taking that P and T edge. So T edge value is 0.3, P edge value is 0.4. So our relation, what is the relation? Mu is always less than or equal to minimum value of the two vertices. So 0.3. So less than or equal to values. 0.2 is a minimum value. So this is an example for a fuzzy value and seems to be TQ, QR, then RT, then ST, then PS. So each and every corner that may satisfy the fuzzy graph condition, what a edge concept, the relation concept. So this is an example. So here I'm taking that dominating set, I'm considering dominating set is a, dominating set is an S and I'm taking as SQ. So S we know that and Q we know that, extreme two ends. So if we taking what is that? What is the S neighborhood? What is this means? P and S is a neighborhood vertices. For Q, T and R is in a neighbor vertices. So what we know that what is a domination relation? So apply that, we find out the result. So D is equal to SQ is a minimal dominating set and the domination number of this one is gamma of G is equal to 1. Okay. So next is I'm actually for this presentation I'm taking only one parameter, connected domination set. So we have a multi parameters available in the domination. So few of the domination, fuzzy domination have been existed and derived theories, developed theories, and few of the theories not yet developed. It's in the open forum. The domination set D is taking as is a connected dominating set of a fuzzy graph G. If the fuzzy subgraph D induced by D is connected. So this is an example, definition for a connected dominating set. So this is an example. So here, whenever we go for developing a theory for a graph theory for a finite case or extending result, we taking for bounds concept also. So what is the meaning for bounds? So bound is represent lower bound and upper bound. If we find out the lower bound and upper bound, that our theory is completing. If unless we giving some opportunity to develop a theory for others. So here I'm taking that minimum bound as well as a maximum bound for a minimum cardinality taken over all minimal connected dominating set is called a connected domination number of G. This may be denoted by gamma of a G. Here I'm developing theory for connected domination. So that's why I'm a gamma in suffix C of G. So this represent general domination represents gamma of G. So here I'm representing as C, that a C is represented as a connected domination. So next we go for a few of the definition I would like to present. On only one theory I have included. Because continuous theory we can input in the section, maybe the section will be bored. So that's why I'm using the definition, only one theory. And we have even in our department, we have enough two theses available in our department. So for reference of our department students, so here I'm taking another definition, point set definition. A dominating set D is a subset of including a B of a fuzzy graph G is said to be a point set dominating set of G if for every S is a subset of B minus D, there exists a node D in D such that the induced graph S union singleton D is connected fuzzy graph. The minimum cardinality taken over all minimal point set dominating set is called the point set domination number of the fuzzy graph G, and it is denoted by, here I'm taking that point set domination. So that's why this P represents as a point set dominating set of the fuzzy graph G. So next definition is also a point set a dominating set D, it's a subset of V of G of any fuzzy graph G is a connected point set a dominating set of G. The subgraph D induced by D is connected fuzzy graph. The minimum cardinality taken over all minimal connected point set a dominating set is called the connected point set domination number. So here I'm combining two, connected and pointer, connected and pointer. So connected point set domination number that can be represented as gamma CP. C represents a connected, P represents as a pointer set of the graph G. So next definition is for a fuzzy star. A fuzzy graph G of a sigma mu is said to be a fuzzy star if every vertex of a G has exactly one strong neighbor U in G of G. So any one of the strong neighbor. We know that this is an example for star graph. This is 1 is connected into 4. So this is a way to know that for a star graph. And next definition is connected point set dominating set. If we say that a fuzzy graph, this is a theory, a fuzzy graph G has a connected point set dominating set if and only if G is a connected fuzzy graph. So it's simple, we apply the definitions and developing a theory. So when if and only conditions means we take a left side first, then proving the right side, then we taking right side, we proving for a left side. In between that, we apply for our properties and conditions and definitions. So here also develop for only one property, and next theorem is for a tree. We have developed the point connected point set domination. The same case, the previous case. The previous case is also applicable in the fuzzy tree also. So if we are taking two concepts, suppose we developing a theory that may be a single vertex. So if the single vertex means how we can develop theory. For more than two components or two vertices, then how we can develop the theory. So this is a basic knowledge in the mathematician. So by that manner, we are developing the theory also. Now another one theory is that a subset D of V of G is a connected point set dominating set of a fuzzy graph G. If and only if G has a spanning fuzzy tree TG satisfying the following two conditions. If we taking like that, it may be satisfied. If suppose the converse part is also satisfied, we giving that through example. And few of the cases, the example has satisfied, but theory part is not also satisfied. So for that case, we are taking the coordinating with the bounds concept also. So here is a one note also included. The fuzzy spanning tree taking the two conditions. The converse is part also satisfied. Actually, I'm taking the concept of connected domination and the point set domination. I'm taking that two concept. Upper bound is also, here is a point set is upper bound is n. Then here also the connected set is n minus 1. Both are n minus 1 and n minus 1. We add together. So 2n minus 1 from starting stage 2, we have to apply that. So this is the existing and further work in the fuzzy domination, point set domination, chromatic number, planar domination. So this fuzzy domination has developed. So rest of that, two domination, unique irredence, independent domination also developed. Then characterization of a domination, irreducible concept is available. Star graph and fuzzy independent domination. And simply I'm quoting a few parameters in the domination. We have a lot of, usually when 2 years back, I found out the tracing the survey of a parameter of a parameter in domination. We simply found that 63 parameters. So now, it may be satisfied because the developers is available in the field. They are posting new concept, new theories in the field. Every day they are posting a new concept. So many open is available in the fuzzy to develop a fuzzy domination graph. So these are references I quoted here. Okay. Is there any questions? Sir?
Thank you, ma'am, for such wonderful speech for us.
Thank you, Vimala ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your inspiring speech and introduction about fuzzy logic and brief explanation about domination in graph theory. Thank you very much for your session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, shall we conclude, sir? Sir, excuse me, sir. My screen close paniko. Screen sharing close paniko, Vimala.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma, vote of thanks mudichirunga. Malati.
It's time to complete today's dinner. Now I kindly invite Ms. Aishwarya to give a word of thanks.
Gratitude is a powerful catalyst for happiness. Good evening, everyone. I am Aishwarya, MSc Mathematics from Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. It is an honor for me to have an opportunity to give a vote of thanks on the second day of 3 days international webinar on applied mathematics organized by the Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. So we have reached the end of this sessions today. First of all, I could like to thank Almighty God for making today's webinar a great success. I could like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Vaidegi Vijaykumar Ma'am, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. Our respected registered Dr. Hilda Devi Ma'am, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. Our respected Dr. K. Bhuneshwari Ma'am, Associate Professor and Head of Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal. Faculty members of Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, and Dr. A. Solirajan Sir, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, Jamal Muhammad College, Tiruchirappalli, for creating a wonderful webinar that will benefit everyone. Now, I could like to thank our respected speaker, Tamarai Tangam Ma'am, Lecturer, Department of Nursing College of Health and Medical Science, Vellora University, Ethiopia. Professor A.M. Mohammed Sir, Department of Mathematics, College of Nature and Computational Science, Vellora University, Vellora, Ethiopia. Dr. Ramagopala Nalan Chakravartula Sir, Associate Professor, Department of Mathematics, College of Nature and Computational Science, Vellora University, Vellora, Ethiopia, and Dr. S. Vimala Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, for giving us an inspiring speech. I am sure the participants have gained a lot of information from today's webinar. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers for taking time from your busy schedules and enlightening us with knowledge. I would like to thank all the participants for being a great support. We thank you for all being with us in this today's webinar. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Thank you, Aishwarya. Very good vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Proud of seeing my students. Malati, excellent, ma'am. Thank you, Malati, for your today comparing. Thank you very much for your interaction with us. Malati, ask our student to join the class at 4:30. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Vimala, shall we conclude, ma? Vimala, shall we conclude?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We may conclude, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, ma. Thank you, students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, Kannan sir, close panikla session close panikla.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you,
for
ma'am.
your.
Thank you,
Ma,
ma'am.
daily vote of thanks le sir, Kannan sir கட்டாயமா நீங்க thanks
You
சொல்லணும்.
know issues, ma'am. No problem. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
சொல்லணும் நான் வச்சிருக்கேன். Thank you, sir. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your whole support. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Soliraj sir. Shall we conclude the session?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. விமலா முடிச்சிட்டு அப்படியே வாங்க. ஃபோன்ல வாங்க.